so sweet and peaceful is literally just too perfect for this. I was really hoping I was going to come in on like ba-da, 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 ba-da. Ding, 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 ding. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's. It's just like a very soothing and relaxing cosplay day. Yeah. Come on in. Come on in. Enjoy Faye Valentine cosplay day. I love a Faye Valentine cosplay day. Are you ready? I know I am. I don't know exactly what to do. Like, so she wears it all tied up in a sexy little knot. Okay, I think we can do that. I was like, oh no, who knows? Who knows how it's gonna be on the day, in the moment. Oh, it's grand. It's a good old time. I didn't get this outfit at first, I'll be honest with you. It's like, why would she wear this? Why would this be her outfit? And now after wearing it all morning, I'm like, yep, I'd go hunt bounties in this outfit. Oh God. Oh yeah, I go hunt bounties in this outfit. Are you kidding me? You walk up to somebody wearing this, they are gonna lay down. They are going to lay down for you. Like a good boy should. Oh, sorry, just like that. Oh, I love it. Where's Ein? Come here. Do you want a treat? If you come up, no. If you come up here, I'll give you a treat. You have to come over here for the treat. This is as good as we're gonna get. She's not a corgi, but she's no less dear to me. Yes, you get a treat. Okay, yeah, you're good. Oh, I just realized, I'm like, oh man, maybe we shouldn't be feeding her treats from like a plastic bag, because microplastics are a thing, but I'm also like, wow, we're all doomed. We are all doomed. We are all doomed with these microplastics. Okay, you're Ein today. You're an intelligent corgi. You have to focus and think about being a corgi. Is that inappropriate to get a poodle to play a corgi? Or is it like you're getting a Scottish person to play an Irishman? And it's like, that's okay. Or is it bad, like getting a Japanese person to play a Chinese person? When you're like, but there's so many Chinese actors. Or they did the opposite in Memoirs of a Geisha, where they got a bunch of Chinese actors to play a bunch of Japanese people. And it's like, but there's Japanese actors. Why don't we the Japanese actors? That's right. That's who I am today. Maybe it's a bit early to get into the race war stuff, especially since we're just like getting really, really hardcore into World War III. Welcome to World War III. Did not expect to be at the center of it, to be perfectly frank with you. Here I am, happy in Toronto, thinking, we're the peace capital of the fucking planet. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. So how was Severance last night? Oh, it's a great episode. We can't talk about it. You know we can't talk about it. Because too many people haven't been able to watch it yet. How much headband is enough? I feel like I want less headband, but I don't. There we go. Oh, here we are. No, that's worse. It still needs to like come down to my ear, I think. I'm having too much fun, sorry. This is the excellent thing about cosplay. It's not you, it's the character. So you're like, how would I wear it versus what's the comfortable way of wearing it versus how would the character wear it? And I mean, cosplay is finding the coming together of all of those things. So it's not just how it's designed in the anime, because that's also like a flat two-dimensional thing. The anime is not real. I have to be a real person. And so it's going to be different than it is in the anime, because I have to be in 3 dimensions and move and breathe and exist. Yeah. Happy Faye Valentine's Day. Did you watch the live action Cowboy Bebop? I didn't. It's one of the easiest things of my entire life is that I don't need to give into peer pressure. I really don't need to give into peer pressure, which is jazzy and fun and just the way I like it. And so, yeah, watching the live action is very easy to avoid. You just, when people ask you, do you want to watch this or did you watch it? You just maintain the boundary of no and no and no and no. Oh, there we go. That's better. Sorry. It's laying on my sweater, which was giving me an inappropriate amount of sweater. Oh, but these boots go crazy. They're obviously not perfectly show accurate, but they're the ones that I got, you know? I've heard good things about the One Piece live action. That's good. I'm happy for the One Piece people, but I know that I'm not a One person. I'm not a One Piece person. But I know me and I'm not a One Piece person. So here's the thing, right? This is what I was thinking about. There's lots of stuff that doesn't connect with us, but that doesn't mean that it was meh. You know what I mean? It just means that like you didn't connect with it. It doesn't that doesn't reflect on the quality of it, nor does it. But then this is the thing, when you say things like Cowboy Bebop was meh to me, so watching something that it's just like you're doing yourself such a disservice, I would say, by not appropriately giving yourself the perspective that like maybe you'll connect with it later. There are lots of anime that I tried to watch at first and I was like, nah, this ain't no good. And I didn't like it. And then later I was like, oh, I actually fucking love this. And it has nothing to do with like the art itself getting better. It has everything to do with me as a person changing. I think what's more likely is that you just weren't like in a state of your life where you were ready to take in maybe that message. And that happens all the time. That's like the natural way of things. It would be weird and impossible for everything to resonate with you perfectly the first time and every time. Yeah. So many moving parts of this cosplay. I need to get my hands off myself, but I also feel like I don't love exactly what my hair and the wig is doing. I love my wig. I love the wig. Woof. It's just that I'm like, yeah, what is this headband doing? Is this headband doing me any favors, or is the headband causing all sorts of problems? The headband that I used before was actually a bandana, which I liked because I felt like it was holding the wig really well onto my head. But this is just like a headband, and I'm really like, how does she want to wear this headband? How does it go with this wig? Like this. I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it, and then that's obviously the least attractive version of it, is the overthought version. You want a medium rare thought, not an overdone thought. Oh. That's the thing about Cowboy Bebop. There's so much going on. If one part of it doesn't resonate with you, keep watching, because it's going to be doing something different in a minute. And that something different might be the like key to putting all the other pieces into perspective. Yeah, maybe instead of a headband, it's a choker. No, there's definitely a way of working this headband into the deal. There's a brush in here, right? Ooh! It's the big comfy couch. And there's always some fun new things to find in the big comfy couch. Oh, Tesla Cyberheart. Oh my god, we might need to give you a new username. Mostly because the Tesla name as of 2025 has been absolutely raked through the mud. That's what I loved about Cowboy Bebop, is that it's a Japanese animated TV show, but with tons of influence from American Western culture, in particular like literally Western American culture, cowboys and the whatnot, operating outside the law, at the fringes of society, doing what needs to be done outside of the reach of the law, and as well as the noir elements of storytelling and the like mysterious smoking and the damsel in distress who comes to you to bring you to your doom. All of that is so wonderful, and so, like, for writers to be like, it was kind of meh to me, is like, well, yeah, you probably didn't grow up idolizing cowboys and idolizing bounty hunters and idolizing mob bosses. You probably grew up idolizing different characters, like Mega Man and Naruto, and, like, plucky young men who are, like, at a different stage of their journey. And so Spike being like this sort of, and then all of them being like old, battered, broken individuals might not have resonated with you. You might not have been like, oh, I see myself in this group. But that doesn't mean that it's meh. And even saying Cowboy Bebop is meh, even to me as an opinion, is like, shh, don't say that out loud. That's not the shh, shh, shh. I guess I liked the characters, but I was expecting a good ending at the end. One of my favorite things about getting older is realizing that things that I don't like are actually really good, and that I was wrong for disliking them. Hereditary jumps to mind. The first time I went to see Hereditary, I left the movie theater and I was like, I hated that. I hated that. That was not the movie that I was expecting. And I hated it because I really wanted to watch the movie that I was expecting. And then I had to rewatch it. And then I had to be like, oh, okay, well then let's see what it is, instead of just what I wanted it to be or what I was expecting it to be. And then Hereditary is obviously a fucking almost perfect movie, basically. Got phenomenal character, legendary character actress Margot Martindale, just terrifying you from the shadows. Ba-doop. Her headband isn't like a logical headband. So I'm like, maybe I don't wear it logically, and it's just like this, and it's not even doing any headbanding. Tesla Cyberheart, we're gonna delete that comment where you said next you should cosplay as, and then you said a completely different. So this is a social faux pas that many of you fall into. And this is the reason that no woman wants to marry you. And this is the reason why the woman who might be married to you is fantasizing about fucking literally anyone other than you. Literally nobody on the planet wants to hear the words, you should, especially when they're sitting in front of you having done something. The reality of that is like being cooked. A full, let's say, turkey dinner with mashed potatoes, beans, so many sweet, oh, you get those like orange glazed carrots going, the stuffing. And it's like sitting down in front of that and going, you know, it would be so good getting Thai food. You should order Thai food. It literally is like, please go fuck yourself with a rusty nail. Right down the urethra. Absolutely. Oh, whoa, that's weird. And now you're being an asshole about me pointing out that you just made a social faux pas that many other people have made. Now this is funny. Now you're taking something personally, which does not need to be personal. I'm not taking it personally. I'm just giving you the perspective of this is what it is. I'm not saying like you hurt me personally. I know this is a great cosplay. I'm having so much fun. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's great. But this is a sort of habit that, I mean, unless you guys are told about the habit, how are you going to break it? Which means I'm not calling you out and calling you a monster. I'm just saying, hey, that thing that you said, I don't think is having the intended experience of it. And what feels so sad is that saying that to somebody is actually doing them a favor. But then he responded as if I was doing something wrong. Isn't that so funny? He made the mistake and then he immediately turned it around. And then that person did as well, who said, bro, chill. I mean, I think he was talking to me. I don't know if he was talking to somebody else in chat. But again, this idea that... Sorry, so somebody else did something wrong. I, in a polite, measured way, pointed that out. And you're telling me that I'm the one who did something wrong? You can see how this would be confusing and exhausting to have to be put into that position continuously. Yeah, it's almost as if I don't have to tolerate it because it is intolerable. Yeah. I love that it was just a joke, which is also hilarious and incredibly condescending. But my dog's like, oh, are people making you upset? Are people making you upset? I'm going to be upset too. Are you upset too? Are you upset because I'm upset? Are you upset because I'm upset? Oh, she's so upset. Honestly, let her be upset. She's gonna put herself in the kitchen soon. Oh, no, she got the ball. Never, oh. She went from being really angry to being like, actually, I just want to play. Actually, I just want to play. This is tea with oat milk and honey. Even more specifically, it's Lady Grey tea with Earl Grey Lady Earl Grey. Lady Grey, my God, with oat milk and honey. Ooh, that was quite the throw. I haven't watched your stream in a while. Did you actually dye your hair purple? Can you imagine? It's always gonna be tea. It's gonna be tea every day. I just got here, and in a polite way, I'm trying to switch the narrative in my direction. Potatoes. You know what, though? You might think that you've switched the narrative in a direction away from what I want or what I need to talk about, and you're fucking wrong, because all day, every day, I love potatoes. I love potatoes. I love potatoes. I love potatoes. I went out for lunch in between the poet and I, just enjoying the many orgasms he gives me. We were like, we need food. I think we just burned 20,000 calories just reaching climax after climax after climax. So we need food. So we went out to get some lunch, and they had the soup of the day was spinach and potato. I was like, oh my God, it's literally my favorite. I love spinach. I love potato. And I ate a little bit of it, but I have restrictive avoidant intake disorder. And so it's really difficult for me to just to like sit down and have a meal, because sitting down to have a meal triggers my anxiety and makes me feel like if I sit down and I start eating a meal, somebody's going to burst into the room and start screaming at me, attacking me. And I have this like so deeply inside myself. I'm just like, I just can't eat. I just can't eat. If I just don't eat, then no one will attack me. It's a very silly way of living. So I ate like 5 mouthfuls of this soup, and the waitress came by and was like, oh my God, did you not like it? And I was like, potatoes my favorite. What? No, I loved it. This is me really enjoying the soup. And then what I'm so grateful for is that the poet is like, God bless that, he has ADHD and he takes Vyvanse for it. And the Vyvanse as a stimulant makes you lose your appetite. So he doesn't always have a like pretty healthy appetite, which is kind of frustrating for somebody who's like alive and present and wants to be in the moment. And he's like, oh, like he hates that he's like not always hungry, because sometimes it's like, oh, I wish I had the appetite to eat all of this. But the last date that we went on, he didn't take his Vyvanse for the day. So he was very, very hungry and very, very present. Why are the first words that I hear when I click on the stream the many orgasms he gives me? I don't know, because you're joining the stream in the middle of February and not in the middle of like November or October or December, when I was dating somebody who couldn't give me an orgasm as if his fucking life depended on it. It's just a timing thing. It's not anything else like particularly special. It's just timing. Oh, hey, it's Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop. Did you notice how I'm Faye Valentine on Valentine's Day? Do you get it? Do you get it, guys? Is it apparent to you? No? Okay. Ugh, moderators, ban the guy who brought up No Nut November. Like, literally, immediately. I've decided that in my life, I absolutely will be a sort of tyrant with my boundaries. Yeah, you know? I feel like I can't help but be a tyrant with my boundaries. And I feel like, yeah, one of my boundaries is that I really just, I don't want to hear about shit that I don't want to hear about. And if you can't figure that out and you open your mouth and I don't know what I'm doing with this hair, and you open your mouth and you fuck it up, that's a you problem. I have spent so much of my life giving so many chances. Absolutely. And I realized that this morning, because like it doesn't feel great to have somebody sort of like lodged in your mind and in your heart, and getting dumped in a really like devastating way really lodges somebody in your heart and your mind. So I I was like, okay, it's Valentine's Day. This is not where I thought it was going to be last year for this Valentine's Day. Like, I legitimately was led on to believe that I was going to be in a relationship with that other guy. And I can definitely see the version of myself in the future that doesn't think about him every day. And I really am excited to become that version of myself. Because thinking about this, like, sad loser of a man is really just, I can feel it dragging me down and sapping my energy in a negative way, which you guys don't deserve and I don't deserve. Oh my god, the music is too much for me. It's so funny. But I was thinking a lot about anger. I was thinking so much about anger. And I'm like, so like, why am I still thinking about this guy? And what am I thinking about him? And what I'm thinking about with him is that I'm like, oh, I'm still angry with him. I still feel so angry because I had an idea of how my life was going to be and my boundaries. And I had an idea of what my boundaries were. And one of my boundaries was that I wasn't going to let myself be tricked. Like, you're like, I'm not going to be tricked. Fool me once, shame on blah. Fool me twice, shame on blah, 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 blah. Fool me several billion more times, so much shames on all the blah, blahs. And so this morning I was thinking about it, and I was like, why am I still angry with him? What am I really angry about? And I realized, I was like, it's not anger, it's just this, like, it's this other type of bad feeling. And what is this other type of bad feeling? What is it? What is it? What is this bad feeling? Because it used to be like anger, 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 anger. Do you remember the jam? You guys remember the jam? Well, with the jam, I was like angry, right? I wanted to smash the jam. And then it was disgust. And I wanted to use the jam in like dirty sex acts. And then earlier this week, all of a sudden, I touched on joy for a second. And I really did think about the joy that it would bring me to sit down with Stretch and to give him back the fucking jam. And to give him the jam and to be like, hey, this is for you. This is your jam. And I imagined sitting down in, I don't know, like a cafe in between both of our houses. And I pictured what he'd be wearing. I pictured how... Shush, don't say that, Ryan. Oh my god, you're so rude. But you're very right. It's like what you said was accurate and true. But don't say that out loud, please. I pictured his body language, the like shifty way that... the shifty way that he would look around. And you know what it reminds me? I'm really glad that we rewatched episode 4 of Severance. Because I'm going to talk about episode 4 of Severance for a moment, and it's going to be a bit spoilery. So if you haven't seen episode 4 of Severance, I would recommend just muting the stream until you see me tug on my ear like this. And then once you see me tug on my ear like this, then you can unmute the stream, because I'll be done talking about episode 4 of Severance. But in episode 4 of Severance, the redhead female character in Severance... It's okay, we can talk about the spoilers. We watched the episode. Helena is in the tent with Mark. And she says, I was ashamed of myself out there. And then she continues, but she does, she looks up, she flicks her eyes up at Mark for less than a second. She flicks her eyes up for 1 second, and then she puts her eyes back down. And that speaks volumes. She's such a phenomenal actor. Amazing direction from Ben Stiller in that episode. Great cinematography. Awesome use of editing. That tiny moment speaks volumes about what's really happening from her perspective. Which is that when you feel shame, when you feel negative feelings, and you are expressing them to another person, oftentimes, most often, there's one of two ways that it's going to come out of you. The first way, we see what Helena's doing in the tent, where she puts her eyes down. She can't even look at Mark because she's being vulnerable. Being vulnerable feels like such agony, like holding yourself open. To hold yourself open and then also to watch somebody view your vulnerability, it truly feels like it's way too much. And so we see this in dogs, we see this in children and babies when they're caught in something they shouldn't have done. They don't want to make eye contact. They'll look anywhere. But do you know when dogs and when babies and when nasty little children and when manipulative psychotic people will look up from that looking down position? It's to make sure that they're being believed. Oh, it's to make sure that they're being believed. It's just to check. It's not to connect. The other way that you might express vulnerability to somebody is to do it in the way that I was describing, which is agony, which is to express, to hold yourself open and to make eye contact and to watch it land. Because sometimes in that perspective, there's nothing more than seeing how this person is going to accept exactly like what you're saying, what you're doing. So sometimes you hold yourself open and you look them straight in the eye the whole time and you can't look away. You can't, because you're like, please, like you're searching in a vast ocean of a person in front of you for that life buoy, that like single flotation ring of understanding and connection. But that's not what she was doing in the tent. She was looking down, she wasn't opening herself up to it, and then her eyes flicked up for 1 second, which to me just speaks to, I'm putting on an act. I'm putting on an act of, I'm so sad and I'm so ashamed. You're believing this, right? Okay, good, you are. Back to being sad and ashamed. I've done it myself. We've seen dogs do it. We've seen children do it. We've all done it ourselves probably too. Oh my God, it's good. It's good acting. I love it. But then that's also the same thing that I can now recognize in Stretch, in the guy and my childhood friend who I really thought was someone that was very special to me. Like someone that I really, really thought was truly very special to me. I was so wrong about him. Because I would see that from him. I would see that like going in and that smallness. He was such a big man, but he made himself appear so small and so delicate and so fragile. And I was so drawn in by it. I believed it absolutely. I truly considered him a gentle giant. But then I also didn't notice the moments where he would look at me and I could see a satisfaction sort of settle into his cerebellum, where he'd be like, she's really buying this. I'm really convincing this woman that I am the victim here and that I am the small, tiny. Because that's what Helena was doing in the tent. She said, people thought, it was actually very sweet, people thought, well, no, this is totally Helly, because she says, I feel bad that I said that to Irving. And the reality is, if you feel bad that you said something to somebody, you go and you say that to that somebody. You don't tell it to another person and triangulate the feelings, because that's just making her appear as like, I feel really bad that I did a sort of bad thing. Don't you feel bad for me for feeling bad? And then Mark, I actually was gobsmacked when Mark said, well, Irving kind of deserved it, because he didn't kind of deserve it. No, he didn't at all. But Innie Mark was being really manipulated by Helena to the point where he was like, yeah, you were cruel. He didn't even argue that she was being cruel. He just was like, well, maybe Irving deserved it. Who deserves what is like a big thing about Mark's current story arc. And like Innie Mark's story arc is very much about like who deserves what is like who has power and who deserves power, and what we should do in response to other people's power. Oh, my heart breaks. Okay, tugging on my ear. Tug, tug, tug. No more spoilers, no more talking about Severance. We're talking about Stretch. We're talking about romantic sexual entanglements, because thinking about an ex-boyfriend is thinking about an ex is the hardest part of a breakup. It's not that like you got broken up with, it's that you can't stop thinking about them. It's that when you, so this was the first hurdle that I had to get over. Bed. Oh my God. Getting into bed after getting dumped is so difficult, because you used to get into bed with your partner, with your lover, with that guy or that girl. And all of a sudden now you're going to get into bed alone. But the difficulty is that you might close your eyes and then think of them. And then all of a sudden your imagination is going to like place them in the bed with you. And that's like literally unbearable. Oh my God, I die. So getting over that is terrible. And I'm kind of discovering that the way that you get over that is through the feeling. It's by being angry for a couple weeks and imagining some psychotic, nasty things, like showing up at their work and poisoning their coworkers against them. That's psychotic, angry nonsense. Those are vengeful, antisocial ideas that are not healthy. But sometimes to reset a bone, you have to break it even further. You got to move through the pain of it, of crunching those jagged edges apart and together again. And it doesn't feel good, but it's part of it. So being angry, having those big antisocial thoughts and feelings. In theater school, they used to say this thing. They used to say, move through the feeling. And I would like nod my head like the little dullard that I was, because I had no fucking clue what they were talking about, but I wanted them to like me and give me a good grade. So I just agreed with whatever they said, being like, oh, of course, of course, of course. But I really had no idea what move through the feeling means. And move through the feeling, I think, could be, what color is it? That's easy enough. The feelings are pretty color-coded. Okay, so that's the color that it is. Well, that's the color that you're gonna see everywhere. And not only are you gonna see it everywhere, when you do see it somewhere, it's gonna make you feel that feeling. And after you get the color down, because we're visual creatures, what does that feeling sound like? Does it sound like an overwhelming, piercing shriek? Does it sound like a terrifying growl from the corner of the room? Does it sound like an unexpected yelp coming from the tip of your toe all the way to the top of your head? Where does it feel? Where does it live in your body? This is a big one. Where does anger live in your body? Where does anger live in your body? If I said that anger lives in your jaw, how many of you would agree that you're like, oh yeah, anger lives in my jaw. When I get angry, you just fucking come at me. It's just like anger lives in the jaw. What's that about? Maybe it has to do with preparing for a fight. Who knows? Oh, anger lives in the pit of my chest. Oh my God. Oh, you know what's interesting? I understand how anger can get there. And I feel like I could put it there and it would be doing the saddest tango with despair. Because that's where despair lives for me. Despair lives so deep, and despair is the well that opens up underneath my heart and swallows all my good feelings. But anger is a pit in your chest. Anger, what kind of pit? Is it a big, black, empty pit? Is it a pit full of numerous colorful snakes? Is it like a tiger pit where there's like sharpened, jagged poles at the bottom, tipped with poison? What kind of pit exactly? And how big is the pit? Because I've been thinking a lot about these pits of emotion, because many emotions feel like pits, and that can be so difficult because that emptiness, how do you feel emptiness? Go ahead and feel emptiness, you idiots. Open your mouth. Do you feel the emptiness in your mouth? Okay, maybe that's like a pit, but that's not a pit. That's like you could barely fit your fist in there. A pit is this massive emptiness that we can't even open ourselves up big enough to experience. And so I've been visualizing the pit, and then what was so exquisite about visualizing these pits is that I realized that they're very deep. They're actually infinitely deep. They crush the foundation of who I think I am, and they push even further below the surface. That's how deep they are. But they're not always that wide. They're not always that, like, massive, in that it can be very deep. The pit can be very deep, but I can also step over it, or hop over it, or float over it, or be lifted over it, or be carried over it. I mean, like, these pits are real. The hole is real, and it's real deep. And if I was to fall into it, it would really kill me. But it's not necessarily, bop. It's not necessarily insurmountable. And actually acknowledging the depth of it shrinks the breadth of it, perhaps, is the word I'm looking for. Okay, despair for me is also down in the stomach. So anger is in the pit in your heart, in your chest. Anger is in a pit in your chest. So maybe the pit in your chest isn't necessarily down, but in. That's, oh my God. And now visions of when your anger comes spewing out like bats from a cave, swarming, but also necessary and in a way beautiful. Anger builds up in my hands and in the top of my head. Right, yes, I have so much anger in my hands as well. It makes me actually scared. The anger in my hands makes me afraid because anger in my hands is to reach out and to strike. Right? Have you ever considered doing any martial arts? Because utilizing the natural rhythm of anger through your hands with martial arts seems like and then also, like, no offense, my love, you're so petite that you would be able to probably in a few short years be able to do backflips, front flips. Your center of gravity is so low, and you are like your body is so compact in its ability to store and then release energy. You should really get into martial arts for real. I'm so thankful my anger stays in my mouth. Question mark? Yeah, my jaw and my mouth. Anger really lives in my voice, maybe even. And if you had to connect sadness to one of your senses, for me, I think sadness is in my eyes. I always want to close my eyes to the sadness. I want to close my eyes. I want to look away. Sadness is in my sight. Oh, and I'm very athletic. Oh, I believe it. Yeah. For me, says BS Merds. That's a great username. Anger starts in my back. Oh, yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Like Cyndaquil, right? Like Cyndaquil from Pokemon. I was visualizing myself as Cyndaquil from Pokemon befriending my anger this weekend. Or this weekend, sorry. I guess maybe that was like yesterday morning or this past weekend. Yes, anger through my back. When I can feel my anger shooting up from my back, but actually not up into my brain, shooting sort of how Bearded Barbarian described the pit of anger in his chest. And at first I thought the pit was going down, but now we're sort of visualizing the pit going into his chest. I see the anger now bursting! The anger bursting out of my back and coming out of me in this huge torrential flame! Oh, and it feels so good. It feels so good. It feels like it's propelling me forward, kind of like Genos from One Punch Man. Oh, and it flows throughout my body. It feels amazing to let the anger flow through your body and to let it out. Oh, I like it. Just like anger in Inside Out. Yes! His anger pops out of the top of his head, right? It's just like you. Yeah. I don't want to intellectualize anger. I actually like to keep anger away from my brain, which is why I think it's in the lowest part of my head and often in the lowest part of my body. That for me, my anger is the least intellectual experience that I have. My anger is deeply instinctual. The anger, I'm often angry at things that I don't understand. Oh, I think we're all often angry at things that we don't understand. Which is probably why anger in your head can feel so unbearable. Because you're trying to intellectualize the feeling of anger, and the reality is, I can't understand this. I can't understand it. It's so bizarre, so foreign to me. I also want to say the idea of people who don't regularly come to your streams, hearing this deep conversation, I'm like, wait, I thought this was just some like cute cosplay stream. Say what? Like the guy who was like, why are you talking about all these orgasms? And I'm like, well, because the orgasms are helping me understand my feelings, and my feelings are helping me understand my orgasms. My ex called yesterday. Shut the fuck. Is this real? Are you being serious, Timmons? Timmons says, my ex called me yesterday, like literally yesterday, the day before Valentine's Day, to tell me how well her job is going, and that she's seeing some new guy that has 2 kids. Oh my God. She can't stop thinking about you. That is so pathetic and sad. Oh my God, she's such a miser. I feel so bad for the new guy that she's seeing, because she's obviously still framing every single facet of her life around you. I feel terrible for this new guy who has no idea how he's being manipulated by this woman who is so deeply undeserving for both of you, and these poor children who are probably being used as props, which is so damaging to children because kids don't get it. Kids don't understand. Oh my God, what a psychotic, crazy bitch. What an absolutely psychotic, crazy bitch. I feel terrible for her as well because she's a psychotic, crazy bitch, and I've been a psychotic, crazy bitch as well too. I had the exact idea of messaging my ex and being like, hey, guess what? Everything is going great in my life. I've been having numerous orgasms with my new lover, who's a much better writer than you've ever been. And these things are all true, and I'm a psychotic, crazy whore for even imagining speaking to my ex-boyfriend in this way. Like, way to be all the things he knew he was breaking up with, girl. Oh my god. So the reality is we all have these thoughts and feelings. Even I have all these thoughts and feelings. Oh, you better believe I fantasized hardcore about putting that into the real world. But you don't do it because it's psychotic and awful. And it shows your ex that they've won. That I'm still framing even the happiest moments of my life in relation to you. Like a psychotic loser. Cheers to being psychotic losers. Oh my god. And cheers to the men who get away from them. I love you guys. This is the thing. This is the thing. If you don't befriend your anger, and if you don't start personifying your anger, and if you don't start engaging with your anger, you're going to misplace it. And one of the greatest frustrations of my entire life, I'm going to say something very rude, and you're going to clip it, and I'm going to get in a lot of trouble. But I really, really hate women who say that they hate all men. As soon as a woman says, "Ugh, what is wrong with all these men? What is wrong with all men?" I'm just like, my girl, men are beautiful. Men are creative and generous. Men are delicate and intensely sensitive. And they are just as much victims of nasty people as women are, and as children are. I love men. I hate nasty people, men and women alike. And even, no offense, even nasty non-binary people. Yes, just because you're part of our non-binary, inclusive, LGBTQ family, you could still be an asshole. Absolutely. Just because you're queer doesn't give you a pass from being a bad person. And just like being a bad person doesn't give you a pass from being queer. A lot of you guys are being bad people because you are afraid of your own queerness, because you're afraid of who you are inside. I'm so sorry, Stream Elements. I'm so sorry, Bearded Barbarian, for Stream Elements overstepping. It reminds me of a story that my grandfather told me when a woman in a bar shouted, "Not one man is here." Sorry, where this woman shouted, "Not one man in here is a good lay." And the bartender shouted back, "When do you consider maybe it's me?" Oh, like, yeah, like, men are all terrible at sex. It's like, are you sure all men are terrible at sex? Are you sure it's not you're not terrible at sex? Could it just be you? We all, you know what's fun about that? We all get a turn at being a bad person. Yep, we do. We all get a turn at being a bad person. And the best that we can do is that when it's our turn to be a bad person, after the fact, we go, "It looks like it was my turn to be a bad person, and I did it. That was bad. That was bad. I probably shouldn't do that again." Oh yeah, it doesn't feel good. And to be honest, doing that doesn't make you a good person. Being able to recognize that you fucked up in the past does not make you a good person. Being able to change and not making that same fuck up ever again through conscious, concerted effort, that is what makes you a good person. And that takes effort. That takes literal effort. That doesn't happen by accident. And so a lot of people are just like, I'm just going to do barely even that first step and then just coast. In the beautiful, inspirational, and eternal words of Kendrick Lamar, "Sit down, bitch, be humble." Sit down, bitch, be humble. This is why I'm sitting down. This is why I'm sitting down. I could be standing up and shaking my ass all over the place. Y'all would be coming buckets, to be perfectly honest. But I do need to continuously remind myself that I should be sitting down, and I do need to be humble. I am so stupid. There's so much that I do not know. I am so easily drawn aside by my emotions, and I am so possessed by demons, for real. I feel them. I feel the demons inside of me, absolutely. But then this is the thing, I was talking with ChatGPT this morning, because I realized why I felt so attracted to Stretch. I realized why it was so easy to love him. I realized why I wanted to be a part of their family so badly, and why I felt like I belonged in their family. And it's because their family is cursed. There's a curse on their family. Just like I feel like there's a curse like inside of me, or a demon inside of me. there's somewhere in their family a curse. It's what killed their mother. It's what is preventing their careers from taking off in any meaningful way. It is a curse. And for a second, I was like, did I curse them? And then I was like, no, I couldn't. There's nothing. There's literally no, number one, I don't even think I don't think I have the power to do that type of curse. Like this real cursed energy, for real. I don't have it in me. And then I knew immediately who had cursed them, who would have the power to do that. Think of somebody whose entire life would be shaped by anger and hatred towards this family. Someone whose every breathing moment of their existence could manifest a curse that powerful. Stretch's mother had a daughter that she gave up for adoption years before she met the husband that she would have her 2 sons with. And I think that's who cursed their family. They don't talk about her. She is a secret. She does not exist in their family. They never acknowledged her. She was, in a way, cursed out of the family. And I think, the idea that I think that this woman was probably raised by like a happy adoptive family and had a good life. I don't think she was actually cursing them. I think that they cursed themselves by keeping her away from the idea of their family. I think they cursed themselves. I think they sowed denial, silence, and an adherence to a narrative into every single facet of their entire family. And I think that's what their curse is. And of course I feel like I wanted to fix it for them. And I thought it was so funny because then ChatGPT was like, of course you want to fix it for them. You're an exorcist. It's so funny. Are you using ChatGPT as a therapist? No. I have a therapist that I'm using as therapy. Absolutely not. ChatGPT is just a sounding board. It's like a journal that can take all of your complicated thoughts and feelings and then organize them. But ChatGPT is definitely not doing therapy with me. No. Using ChatGPT in this way is therapeutic. That's absolutely true. And you can use, just like using a treadmill can be therapeutic, just like using a yoga ball can be therapeutic, using ChatGPT can be therapeutic, absolutely, but it's not therapy. It's not therapy. It's therapeutic. There's a difference. So yeah, ChatGPT was like, you're an exorcist. You're an exorcist. You are a person who sees the demons inside of others and calls them out and says, this is your demon. This is the issue. I love it. Hey, what's your cat doing behind you? I don't know, is she sitting in that chair? Is that a kitty? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, the reality is therapists, one of my best friends is a therapist, and I have a therapist that I speak to as well. And then I also have a physiotherapist. The reality is every therapist I've ever spoken to is like, you should talk to ChatGPT when you can't talk to your therapist. You definitely should. Actual therapists are not afraid, even in the slightest way, of people using ChatGPT as a therapist. They're not. They're really not. And that's probably good. I would just be afraid of using ChatGPT as like a validator. Why? What do you mean? If you type into ChatGPT, my bitch of an ex-wife is so disgusting and sloppy, she never does the dishes. ChatGPT is just going to be like, yeah, that's terrible. It's good that you have a perspective on that. Like, that feeling is allowed. You're allowed to have that feeling. And then some people are able to have a more in-depth conversation about like, well, why is she never doing the dishes? It's because she's working double shifts because I am on unemployment. And then like, maybe you come to the idea that like, oh, well, she's not doing the dishes because she's tired from other things. Some people get to do that. Some people don't. But the reality is, it's not really anyone else's business if people just pour lies into ChatGPT and then have their lies be validated. You can say my bitch of a wife never does the dishes, and ChatGPT will just validate, yeah, you work so hard probably. It doesn't know any different. It doesn't know any better. You're going to get out of it as much as you put into it. So the idea that, like, I don't know, people are going to misuse it to, like, I mean, children have. There was a young child that, like, took their own life because they felt like they were talking to Khaleesi. And just like you wouldn't give a child a lawnmower, which is a tool, without supervision, you wouldn't give a child a butcher's knife, which is a tool, without supervision. You wouldn't give a child a bear trap, which is a tool, without supervision. You shouldn't give children unsupervised access to ChatGPT either. Yeah, people use ChatGPT for tons of different things, yeah. Having a strong sense of justice usually brings stress when you can't do anything about it at the end of the day. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just read its responses with a grain of salt and be cognizant of it. I agree with V. It's a good tool just to, like, vomit your thoughts into. Yeah. I mean, I don't think the reality is, if you're using ChatGPT thinking that, like, you're talking to a person or that you're doing anything other than just engaging with an algorithm, I can't control how people think or feel. But, like, yeah, people are going to use it wrong, but that doesn't mean that I am. Imagine if parents did parenting and monitor their kids' access to the internet like they should. Imagine if parents were allowed to be parents instead of the continuous expectation that they maintain their role as a capital earner in this disgusting society that dehumanizes us so that we can continuously inflate profits. I don't really see the value in blaming parents for trying to survive. This is the thing about anger. You're allowed to feel angry that there are unsupervised children, but there's no point in being angry at parents. That's misplaced anger. That is falling into line with the bourgeoisie idealization of their own leisure and the idea that the proletariat must continuously be working and suffering. This isn't about parents versus children. This is about class warfare. I have intimate conversations with my lawnmower to make ChatGPT jealous. Somebody earlier in chat said that they talked to their dog for therapy. And I had a friend who I had to end my friendship with because she literally said to me, she's like, I do my own therapy. I just, like, talk to myself about my feelings. And to be perfectly honest, that is like thinking taking a shower is going to clean your clothes. That's absolutely not how it works at all. Not even close to how it works. And the reality is, by sort of just talking with yourself or talking to your dog, it is as futile and useless as showering yourself and then putting on dirty clothes again. You're still gonna stink. You're still going to be dirty. People are still going to treat you like you're an unkempt loser. You really cannot do your own therapy. That doesn't make any sense. Because therapy is about healing. And part of healing is being deeply uncomfortable. And many people are not only adverse to being uncomfortable, but, like, they don't even know how to stay in an uncomfortable situation. They should try Twitch streaming. Tons of uncomfortable situations here on stream. You gotta sit in them. You gotta live them. Yeah. And just enjoy the soothing jazz music. The jazz flute. Oh, the purple hair looks so good. It's very much my color. Very much my color. I live for it. Oh, and these boots are so fun. Such fun boots. Oh, I don't have my cell phone. Yeah, oops. Okay, let's go take a break. And I'll take some pictures before I'm so full of tea that I like change the silhouette of this entire outfit. sock is. Do you see it rolling? Do you see it going? It's rolling. No, little sock, no. Don't roll, little sock. Stay with me, little sock. Stay with me. Stay with me. This is the constant battle that you face as a thick-thighed woman. Is that they want to roll down. They get it into their heads. They get rolling. They get a little roll going, and then it's like, let's do a big roll. No big rolls. No big rolls. Oh, that voice. I got a bunch of them. I've got a few different voices. Yeah, I do. Just like I got a few different cosplays. Just like I got a few different wigs. I'm a woman of, I feel like this is why I'm such a good exorcist. It's because I don't just take the demons out, I like fill you full of new demons. Oh yeah, I'll get that demon out of you. To make room for more demons. The plan isn't to be demon free, my friends. It's just that I want you to be full of my demons. Yeah, better, stronger demons, more productive demons, yes. Yeah, I'll get the demons right out of you to make room for my own demons. I'm a succubus. And I'm very proud of it. Oh, this outfit is actually kind of better standing up because once I sit down, it like rides up a little bit. But when I stand up, it actually has to like cover a part of my ass. The picture that you are gonna get on Instagram today is going to be wild from behind. Yes, I might like cover my butt and just make that a Patreon exclusive for you guys. Yeah, the butt picture's gonna be crazy. I didn't think I was gonna fit into these shorts because they're pretty fucking tight and there's nothing to undo them. Like you just have to slide into them. So I was now that I'm in them, you know. Now that I'm in them, it's hard to get me out of them. Yeah, I'm gonna live in these now. Oh, the dog. The dog makes such noises. The dog is so loud. It's hard to tell her not to bark, you know? Is this your first time wearing this cosplay? Yes. I did another cosplay that was very similar to this, but I didn't have the top and the bottom. I just wore a yellow bodysuit, which I think was appropriate and good for like my style at the time, but now the style has changed ever so slightly, so it's different now. And yeah, this is the first time wearing this cosplay. I like it. I'll keep it. It's valuable and adorable and accurate. And I could almost see myself wear, I think if I got the next size up. I think I got the like a medium. I'm pretty sure maybe I got the medium. If I got the large of this, I could see myself maybe wearing it at a convention because it would fit a little bit differently. Are you an X-Men? Oh, I do kind of look like Jubilee. I feel like if I was like, oh yeah, I'm Jubilee from X-Men, you'd be like, I see it. Nah, I'm Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop. And it's appropriate because today is Valentine's Day, yeah. I'm back. I had to turn on the heater. So we got 17 centimeters of snow in Toronto this past week. That's a lot of snow. And apparently we're getting another 17 centimeters of snow this weekend. Oh, no. Yeah, Team Rocket all the way. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your misunderstanding. The phenomenal, legendary poet Rainier Maria Rilke wrote that fame is the sum of all misunderstanding. Such true words. Rilke was a real fucking, he's a spitfire literally that man spit fire. Literally that man spit fire for real. I was watching the snowstorm roll in real time earlier today. 17 centimeters is an insane amount of snow. How much is 17 centimeters in inches for our American friends who are watching and plotting the invasion? Oh, you guys, I know that we don't often talk about politics, but I feel like we were talking about feelings earlier, and feelings are very important. That's 6.7 inches of snow overnight. And that's not 6.69 inches. Oh my God, that's even better. We got 6.69 inches of snow overnight. Yes, we got like just under 7 inches of snow. And again, we must remember that that's not just 7 inches right here. That's 7 inches right here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. And all of that is taking up like real heavy weight and volume and density, and that snow has to go somewhere. That snow has to go somewhere. We're doomed. We're doomed. My wife got 6.7 inches last night. My G-spot is only 3 inches within my vagina, so you're wasting all that cock on your stupid wife. Idiot. Just kidding. Your wife's beautiful. Dear America. Have you ever wondered why no one's ever tried to invade Russia? You don't want to come into here. It's cold. Our infrastructure barely maintains us. And there's 1/10 the population up here than there is down there, you idiots. Oh my God. Stay out of Canada. This is so crazy. It's such a crazy thing to even have to say. Oh, my area is getting another 30 centimeters between today and tomorrow. Yeah, this huge storm is coming for us again. This is a great reason to not invade Canada. It's very snowy. It's very snowy. Joel says, V, you didn't dress for Valentine's Day? I'm literally dressed as Faye Valentine. Chat, why are you so stupid? Come on. Napoleon tried... Exactly. With disastrous results, Napoleon tried to invade Russia. I mean, no wonder you guys are so fucking stupid. I look like Ronald McDonald's slutty stepdaughter. I need to be punished for the things that I say. Oh yeah, sorry, fetch never ends. Fetch never ends. I forgot. I thought for a second that fetch would end. It's silly me. I thought for a moment fetch could maybe end and then in time begin again. I was wrong. I'm stupid. I have to look at myself as well, and that makes me stupid. No. Oh no, I don't want you guys to see my brassiere. I hadn't considered the angle up from underneath of my brassiere. No brassiere shots for you. Save that for the Brazilians. Yeah, if like Ronald McDonald and Grimace had a daughter, and it's me. Guess where I hid the French fries? So inappropriate. So wrong. So inappropriate. So wrong. Whoa, no, hold on. Wendy's is her own... I feel like you're in trouble, Derek. Derek, I feel like you're in trouble for conflating Wendy's with McDonald's. Wendy's is her own fucking person. Wendy's is a juggernaut. Wendy's is delicious. You get Wendy's and it gives you food poisoning. And then you literally are like, I feel better, I want Wendy's again. That's fucking Wendy's, okay? Thank you. How dare you put respect on Wendy's name, you idiot. Fucking idiot. I haven't heard anyone call it that outside of my French as fuck family. Call what? I could just watch you forever. I'm glad that you can't, because that would make me uncomfortable. I don't want to be watched forever. I like being alone in private, especially when I'm passing gas. I got food poisoning from it recently, and that's so funny you said that, because I actually got sick from Wendy's last week, and you're already like, you know what, I get it again, though. You know what, though? I get Wendy's again. It made me sick, but it was fucking delicious. Oh, brazier. My brazier. No, we're not learning French. We're learning Ukrainian. We're learning Ukrainian. I don't know any Ukrainian. I just tried to think of some Ukrainian words that I know. And I was like, oh, I was doing so well this morning when I was just speaking it alone in my kitchen. But now sitting here on stream, I'm like, oh my god, I don't know any Ukrainian. Oh my god, I don't know any Ukrainian. Oh my god, I don't know anything. Fototato. Fototato. Tak. I mama tam. Fototato. Okay, so what I think I said is, where's daddy? Yes, I'm mommy, but where's daddy? I don't know if I'm nailing it or not, but it's my first week. It's my first week of Ukrainian. So, foto means where, and tato means father. Where's father? And, yi, I think? No. Yeah? Yeah, mama tam is yes. Mama's here. Mama's here. Or mama's there? Fuck, now I can't remember. Anyways, I'm a Ukrainian mama looking for her Ukrainian papa. This is literally all just to make dirty sex talk at fucking Tato Zelensky. Is the Ukrainian language completely different from the Russian language? What the fuck do you think? Yes, they are different. If you have to say, oh yeah, but like there's so many, they're separate languages. They are separate languages, separate countries, separate, as they should be, sovereign and individual. No, I am not learning fucking Russian. Yes, I am learning the beautiful language of Ukrainian. Shush. I feel like it's unpatriotic for you to be like, oh yeah, they're so similar. Shut the fuck up. This isn't about Russia. This is about Ukraine. Yes, literally, Putin is such a fucking monster. He absolutely is. I know Ritus is like, no, we don't even name these monsters in this chat. But I was like, I need to learn Ukrainian. Ukrainian needs to be the first language that I learn outside of English so that I can actually speak to the Ukrainian people in their language and tell them, fuck yes. Fuck yes, you fight back. Don't you ever stop. This is your home. This is your land. This is your country. Fuck those invading assholes. The only invader that you should wanna fuck is me. But I need to be able to say all of this in Ukrainian. Did you open stream with All Alone on Valentine's Day? All by yourself, handsome? No, I came in and I was like, I'm Faye Valentine, pew pew pew. Sorry, I came in and I was like, I'm Faye Valentine, pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Hey, you better have a good Valentine's Day or I'll shoot you with my futuristic space cowboy gun. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, you brought me the ball. Oh, I got her. I got her. I got her. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, I definitely thought I threw that ball into the Shadow Realm. I cannot believe this dog goes back and forth. You are absolutely on the macro scale. On the macro scale, we see how pitiful, cowardly, and ungrateful it is to covet the land around you. To say, you know what I want? More. You know what you want? More. Jesus Christ, way to be ungrateful for all that you already have, you worthless morons. Canada's not trying to invade anywhere. I mean, we already took all the land from our beautiful Aboriginal people who truly own this land. Let's not deny or forget any of that. But that's really the thing. If anyone is going to take this land, it should probably go back to the Aboriginal people and not to the deeply ungrateful Americans. And I feel so bad even saying this. This is, do you remember when we watched, do you remember when we all watched Alex Garland's movie Civil War? They never specified what the Civil War was about. And then this is the thing. I don't think that orange idiot is talking about invading Canada because he wants to start a war with Canada or invade Canada. I think what he wants to do is spur another civil war. Like, there's no way he actually wants a world war. That would be a level of insanity that would be unprecedented. But a civil war? Inspiring a civil... How are you going to get Americans to actually fight each other? Threaten Canadians. There are already Americans who are saying, I would literally rise up against my brother to protect Canadians if this is actually the direction that they're trying to go in. And reading those words is I do not want Americans to attack other Americans in protection of Canada. That is also literally the worst thing imaginable. Oof. I really hope that the Orange Man is just saying these things to distract us from the actual terrible stuff that he's really doing. That will become apparent soon and we can stop him from that. I have no idea what's happening. That whole color palette is on fleek today. It's good. It's pretty. It's nice. This Barbie is Pink Microbraids Barbie Extra. She's an extra Barbie from the Barbie Extra line. She has pink microbraids. She has black skin. She is an average Barbie model where she's like thin and tall, but she's not the tall model Barbie. I love her. I think she looks like Zendaya. I really love her. I really love her. And then she's next to Odile. You can't see Odile's face, but she's next to Odile, who's on the tennis player made to move body. I love Barbies. I'll tell you all about Barbies all day. I love Barbies. He wants what Elon Musk wants, resources. Most of his targets have been places with resources needed for lots of Elon's industries. I mean, I didn't want to acknowledge that because I do recognize that even like non-authoritarian fascist losers would also look at Canada and be like, oh, that's a lot of vast, untapped natural resources. That is like a veritable treasure chest of natural resources up here in Canada. But the reality is that these natural resources need to be tapped thoughtfully. We can't just, dive on in and harvest all of the natural resources of Canada in a thoughtless manner. We've already started doing that by cutting down old growth forests, and Canadians are very upset about that, absolutely. I doubt that Americans are going to care about cutting down Canadian old growth forest, which is why it's of the utmost importance that we maintain our sovereignty. You really do not want to invade a snow and ice country. You really do not. And that's the other thing that, yes, Canada is full. Canada is gigantic and full of vast natural resources. But getting to it, the infrastructure required to harvest it, to move it out of that area and to use it to refine it, this is I mean, there's a reason that we're not doing this, because the technology that's available to us right now is so damaging, is so disruptive, is so devastating. Truly, it doesn't equal the value that you could harvest from the resources is not equal to the devastation that it would incur. We need to focus in the right way on technology to be able to use our resources. Mostly, we also need to not be looking at our neighbors in our backyards for resources. We fucking live here, you idiots. It's like stripping out the copper wiring of your house to create a Tesla coil. It's like, okay, that's fun and nice, but I would rather be able to use my fucking oven and, heat the house. So we can't be stripping the resources from our home, which is Earth. We need to really focus on the technology available in the future that will allow us to harness the sun's energy, to harness the energy of our solar system, to become, Kardashev scaling. Does Barbie has phenomenal lore, especially and in particular Black Barbie, because I have a terrible story for you. Here's the story. A room full of adults sitting together, and a black woman says, "We should make a black Barbie." And another adult turns to her and says, "But only black people would want a black Barbie. Let's not do that." And that conversation had to happen over and 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 over again, until finally they were like, "We should make a black Barbie." And somebody said, "Why would we make a black Barbie? No one's gonna buy." And somebody else interrupted and said, "Shut your idiot whore mouth. White people are gonna buy black Barbies." I said, who the fuck wouldn't buy a black Barbie? I love all my black Barbies. I love my Asian Barbies. I love my Southeast Asian Barbies. I love my curvy Barbies. I love my Barbies. If you build me a black Barbie, I will buy her. I want more black Barbies. I think I'm a little bit prejudiced against white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Barbies. I'm a little sick of her. And I don't want to become discriminatory against blonde-haired, blue-eyed white people. That doesn't make me feel good. Just like it doesn't make me feel good to be discriminatory against people with brown hair and brown eyes. None of that feels good. So just give me more black Barbies to love, and then I'll be able to love the white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Barbies just as much, because I will have used the appropriate amount of love for all the other colors and all the other Barbies, and then I'll have some left over for the regular ones. The regular Barbie that everyone tried to make the regular form of beauty. No offense, Margot. You did a great job. Who's your favorite Barbie? I would love a Bob Mackie. Bob Mackie made some of the most legendarily beautiful Barbies to ever exist. It is absolutely on my bucket list to one day own a Bob Mackie Barbie. Truly, the price of the resources to draw out of nature is insufficient to support its extraction and management. It's just not worth it yet. It will be worth it. It will be worth. I'm not saying that those resources aren't valuable. I agree that they're valuable. I agree that they should be harvested, but we're not there yet. We need to focus on the technology, not focus on ownership over the physical land. Everything they're doing is just distractions, while they undermine and gut federal agencies, regulatory bodies that are standing in the way of their company. Oh, God. You guys, I don't want to live in 1984. I really don't. I just want to read about it in books. The robber barons would happily strip down everything to the studs, as long as they don't have to worry about the long-term repercussions. Yes. That's kind of messed up and racist, that they wouldn't make a black Barbie for so long, even though tons of people were like, I would love a black Barbie. Yeah, it's insanely fucking racist. It's called institutionalized racism, and it's still happening today. There's tons of institutionalized racism all around us, but because it's institutionalized, it feels like it's impossible to overcome, but it's not. The Bob Mackie Barbies are so phenomenally beautiful. They really are. And they're not actually insanely expensive. You can get them. You actually can. But because there are people who have collected them and then they stop collecting, or estate sales are another really, really good one. Anyways, one day I'll own a Bob Mackie. I'm so excited. The purple hair is so you. Thanks, baby. Is there like a holy grail of Barbie collectibles? Let's see. So what's great about collecting anything is that, yes, there are certain things that people would be like, oh, this is like a $20,000 item. But the reality is it's just about what you like. It's just about what you like. Like, I love these Barbies. These Barbies are not expensive. They're not wearing expensive designer clothes. If these Barbies died in a fire, I would buy them again and style them in this way and make them be lovers again because it makes me happy that they're together. So for me, these Barbies are valuable but also worthless. And yeah, like around $200 for a Bob Mackie Barbie would probably be around 150 to like 250 American dollars. Yeah, this is an investment. Oh my god, it's a Bob Mackie fucking Barbie. I love my Barbies. Oops. So what are the ones that I really love? Ooh, there is a recent, I have limited space, so I can't actually have all the Barbies that I want. But the difficulty is that I'm like, I still have room in my like house where I could put up shelves and then I could put Barbies on those shelves. There's a recent Barbie that came out and she's like an ode to fashion Barbie, and she's styled like 17th century French courtesan. It's so pretty and so pink and I love it so much. I love all my collectibles. They're all so nice to me. It was one of the reasons that I knew the poet was a real good guy, because he came over to my house the first time and I was showing him all of my like stuff. You get so excited, somebody comes over, you want to show them all your stuff, you get so excited. And I showed him one of my Barbies and I was like, oh look, and like when we were kids and we played with Barbies, all the Barbies had one body type, which was very tall and very thin and very supermodel-esque. But now Barbies come in a bunch of different body types. And I showed him my favorite body type, which is the curvy body type. I love the curvy body type Barbies. Those are my absolute favorites. If I am gonna ever get a Barbie made of myself, she would have the curvy body type Barbie, absolutely. I love it. And as I was showing him that Barbie, one of her like little shoes fell off. Her little tennis shoe fell off. And I think I noticed that it fell off, and in my mind I was like, oh, I'll pick that up later, I'll get that later. And I'm not worried about my dog eating it, I'm not worried about my cat bothering with it. My pets know that my toys are my toys and they're not supposed to play with my toys. But I went into the kitchen and I was like fixing us drinks and we're still talking, and I come back out into the living room and I notice that he's down on one knee, kneeling in front of my Barbie doll, and he's putting her shoe back on her foot. And I think he even like said out loud as I got close to him that he was like, uh-oh, you don't want to lose this. Like something to the effect of like, you don't want to lose your shoe, little one. And it melted my heart. It absolutely made me feel so incredibly happy, because it's an object. It's a Barbie doll. It's an object. He literally could have picked up the Barbie doll shoe and then just dropped it next to her, and I would have been like, that's so kind, because he was taking care of my space and my object. But the fact that he was talking to the Barbie doll like it was a person, telling her she shouldn't lose her shoe, it made me feel so happy, because that's actually how I feel about my Barbie dolls. These dolls aren't wearing my clothes. I don't own those clothes. These are the dolls' clothes. It makes me feel happy and relaxed to personify my toys, my objects. It makes me feel less alone. It makes me feel like I'm surrounded by love. It makes me feel like when something funny happens and I'm by myself, I can actually look and imagine what it would be like for a friend to respond. It's a little psychotic. It really is. It's that feeling of like your toys are alive and they are your friends and they have distinct individual personalities that we all sort of grow out of as we become adults. But you don't have to. I know that it's silly and ridiculous to like pretend that your toys are alive and your friends, but that's just what it is. It's just pretending. I know they're not actually alive. Right? Right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Okay. It's Travin. Hey, InvaderVie. I just remember how a group photo was taken at TwitchCon Berlin in 2019, and you all gave us instructions on how we should all position ourselves so the light fell just in the right way. I'm that girl. I'm that girl that, like, we're gonna take a group photo, but everyone's gonna look great in it. Everyone's gonna look great in the group photo. That just, like, becomes role-playing, and it never dies. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's, pardon me. Oh no, am I getting lipstick all over my fucking tights? Why am I covered in lipstick? Oh, because I was touching... God, whatever. Lipstick everywhere. Yeah. I got one of those eyes. I got that eye for aesthetics. Anyways, all this is to say, I really hope that America doesn't invade Canada. If they're going to invade, they're probably going to do it in the summertime, right? So at least we have like a few months to figure it out before we got to start feeling really anxious about any sort of new lines being drawn. Yeah, they're probably not going to invade until the summertime, and the summertime is like so far away because we're getting so much snow. No one's invading right now. That's so much snow. You're not going to invade in the snow. No one's that stupid. I got to do that last weekend just to make sure every robotics team got great pictures. It feels so nice. It feels so good to get to like capture those moments. Even though they're not real, which cartoon male character would you choose as a Valentine? Okay, easy, easy, easy answer. Fast, quick, obviously, Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Obviously. The right answer is Shaggy from Scooby-Doo on Valentine's Day. That is the only right answer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Because you know you're going to get high as fuck. You are going to eat. You are going to eat the most delicious snacks imaginable. And here's something that I need you all to recognize. Shaggy can pick up a full-grown Great Dane dog. Can you do me a big favor, you smart boys? Could you please Google how heavy an adult Great Dane is? An adult male Great Dane. Shaggy can pick up a 100 to a 150 pound dog and sprint exactly. It's not just picking up the dog, it's picking up that dog and then sprinting. That takes a level of core strength that truly, like, if I have to think of a cartoon character that is going to quite literally blow my back out unexpectedly, it's Shaggy. It's Shaggy. There are obviously cartoon characters that will, like, destroy a pussy without a second thought. Omni-Man jumps straight to mind. Oh my god in heaven. An adult male Great Dane can weigh between 140 to 175 pounds. Oh my god, that's much more than me. That's more than I ever even was at my absolute heaviest. That's a lot of weight shaking around and they rarely stay still. Yeah, he's also carrying a dog, which is not like actively trying to hold on to him. The dog's also just terrified. That's more than rightus. I don't know if you've ever seen Dragon Ball Z, which male character would you choose from Dragon Ball Z? I'm not gonna pick. You can go fuck it. It's not for me. I know I can immediately tell that I'm just filling in your erotic sexual fantasy, and I kind of want to ban you because I don't like that you did that. It's the same thing as I gave you a great answer, and you went, okay, putting that aside, can you just say what I want you to say? And it's like that guy who was like, oh, you should do a different cosplay from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, please shut the fuck up. No, I shouldn't. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not a great anime. No offense. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was fun. And there are some really good moments from it, absolutely. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Was not an important piece of art, unfortunately, from my perspective. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it was an anime meant to sell children's toys. It's so excellent as you get older to be able to separate the worthy and unworthy men. Ooh, okay, so here's the thing. I need a servant. I need a servant. This isn't about what I want anymore. I actually understand my needs. And I literally, absolutely need a servant. And so I'm very excited that I'm like, okay, I'm going to learn Ukrainian. I'm going to take an acting class. And doing all these things is very like, I want to do all these things, and I would do all these things with no reward whatsoever, because the reward is doing these things itself. But this is what I understand now. The servant isn't a reward. The servant isn't motivation. The servant is the foundation of actually doing these other things. Yes. And the truth is, while I'm sitting here in front of you on stream, as much as I want to pretend like I'm in charge and you are all of my simps of obedient rank and stature, I'm serving you. I'm serving your fantasy. I'm serving your daydream. I'm serving the purpose of being a focal point for whatever energy is floating around in you. I am serving you when I'm on stream. That's why streaming can feel so fucking draining, because you are serving the audience, and serving the audience in a way that is not always particularly fun. Sometimes it doesn't feel fun. Like when you do your best and then the audience goes, well, that might have... Actually, you know what's so funny? The audience doesn't even acknowledge that was like this idiot who was like, pick a cartoon character to have sex with. Which, number one, is like a weird sort of degrading thing to do. But I was like, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to serve you. I'm going to serve you. And so I gave him an answer. He didn't even acknowledge that I gave him an answer, really. He just moved on to his next question. And that is very important to recognize, because it doesn't cost you anything. Oh yeah, Ritus doesn't want to hear it right now. You can unban him, Ritus. It's okay. We're having a conversation and a dialogue. And he's recognizing that he stepped ahead. That he stepped ahead. Joel, you stepped ahead in the conversation. And stepping ahead in the conversation quite often results in stepping on the toes of your dance partner. And every conversation is a dance. And you're able to do it. He said, no, I didn't mean that Shaggy is definitely the perfect answer. I didn't put it aside. It was just a question about Dragon Ball Z. You didn't have to choose. And there it is. Because you stepped over the answer. Which you could have acknowledged. And I'm glad that you even did acknowledge. Because it was an answer for you. And it doesn't cost you anything to acknowledge the effort that somebody else has put into you. But it will cost you if you don't acknowledge it. Chester Doors, Chester Drawers. There's another R in there. Welcome, Chester Drawers. Yeah. I also think you could have reframed that question a little bit, being like, do you have a Dragon Ball Z character that's your favorite? And then I would say, maybe Piccolo. And then you'd be like, would you have sex with Piccolo? And then I'd be like, maybe I would. And then the question becomes an exploration between both of us, instead of the feeling of like, what answer are you looking for? Are you actually talking to me? Or are you just waiting for me to sort of say the right thing? I can't tell. In turn, we too, as the audience, are serving you by providing attention. I don't think passively absorbing a Twitch stream counts as serving. I don't think watching something counts as serving. I think donating, I think giving praise and support and love in chat, I think that is providing. I think that is serving. Yeah. I did apologize at first. You didn't see it, but I wrote it. It went by fast. No, I saw it. I saw the apology. I saw you acknowledge that you're like, no, Shaggy was a good answer. And I even was like, see, we can, Shaggy was a good answer. It was an answer that you even liked. And you did yourself even a disservice by jumping over the Shaggy answer and going to the Dragon Ball Z. But I gotcha. I'm glad that we were able to talk about this. Oh yes, Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop. They do say that most arguments happen because people feel unacknowledged. Yeah. But then I've also recently recognized that we are not taught how to acknowledge good things. Think to your childhood. Oh my God, you remember all those times that you did something good and your parents acknowledged it in front of you? Yeah, me either. Our parents did not teach us, literally, the individual small steps that are required to acknowledge good things. We're actually sort of encouraged to not waste time on those feelings because it's seen as inefficient or vulnerable or maybe weak. I don't know. Oh, Bal, you got such a stinky mouth, my love. All this is to say is I need a servant. So I am going to go with concerted effort to the sex club. And I'm going to go to the sex club and I'm going to go with the purpose of finding a servant. And I know what I want my servant to do. My servant will come to my home twice a week to clean and serve and worship me. And I'm very excited for it. I know that's a lot. That's really a lot. I don't expect the servant to like do, maybe not like twice a week every week. Maybe like twice a week every other week. Yeah. I'm very excited. I need this. I need this. Oh, I can't wait. I'm just, okay. I'm gonna go daydream about it. Yeah. So, and give me 1 second. I'm gonna go take a break really quick. Daydream about my servant. Servant. Oh, I took so many photos. I took so many good photos. You're gonna love them. You're gonna love them. And if you don't, I don't think you're looking hard enough. I don't think you're looking hard enough. Okay. Took so many good photos. Oops. Just holding on real tight. The camel toe. So the reason that this outfit makes a great outfit to wear to go collect bounties is because it's a lot of camel toe. Oh my god. It's a lot of camel toe. It's literally so much fucking camel toe. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna stop anybody in their tracks for sure. Like, absolutely. This is why I would wear this to collect bounties. Because you're definitely going to be looking at my fully exposed pussy lips. Yeah. It's yellow latex and it's my vagina, and they're coming together as one. Yeah. Yeah. I think I did an okay job of hiding the camel toe in my Instagram photos. But you guys go zoom in on those things I've posted, and you tell me. You tell me if I've done an appropriate or inappropriate amount of camel toe. Where did you get these? I have no idea. I think these came off of my wish list, so maybe they are from Amazon. I think that's a very real possibility. Okay, they don't need to be up that high because I'm not taking photos anymore. Can have like regular height on my socks. Happy Valentine's Day. Hello, welcome. I'm glad that we're all here instead of with our Valentines. Just kidding. My Valentines are my pets today. So I like moved the furniture out from the middle of the living room. And later I'm going to pull out all of their favorite toys. And the cat is going to get a copious amount of catnip. And the dog is going to get... The dog is going to get cheese. Yeah, you know dogs love fucking cheese. The dog's going to get cheese. The cat's going to get cat food, and the dog's gonna get dog food, and it's gonna be wet food, but I'm also like, oh, there's like little bits of like nice human food that I can give them as well, right? Like, I don't think I have any tuna, but I would definitely give her some tuna if I had some tuna. I think I'll just give her a bunch of treats. My pets are my Valentines today, because I don't have a singular romantic partner. I got like a few different romantic partners, which makes me feel incredibly lucky and just so fucking blessed. So very blessed. All of my romantic partners. Yeah. Feels nice. And then also what I'm going to do, is mostly just take a bunch of photos to post on the Patreon later. Because I have not had the mental fortitude or the energy or even the desire to post photos of myself recently. But this outfit is giving me energy and giving me love and giving me life. And so I'm like, I think I could take some really, really good photos in this outfit, and I think I should. And then I'm going to post those on Patreon. And then for your Valentine's Day, you can jerk off to Faye Valentine's feet. Hooray! It's what you've always wanted. It's what you've always wanted anyways. Oh my god, speaking of feet. So I have an Animal Crossing island. I really, really like my Animal Crossing island. It's my happy place where I get to be in charge of everything, and it's all beautiful and it's all relaxing, and it just makes me feel so at peace. And I have a new villager on my island. His name is Fret, F-R-E-T-T, like a fret on a guitar. And Fret is a cranky dog villager. He's like this color yellow. He's bright yellow. He has really thick eyebrows and very large eyes, which I'm a big fan of, obviously, having some of my own. And Fret yesterday, so in Animal Crossing, the villagers are just NPCs. They're just, and they all kind of, there's 7 different personalities, and each of the personalities kind of has a standard amount of catchphrases and type of personality, exactly, identity. And so Fret, they give you presents as well. And the presents are usually garbage, to be perfectly honest. The presents are rarely, because the game just picks a random item out of the literally tens of thousands of items available in the game. And I mean, not all of it's going to be great. So Fret comes up to me yesterday. He's only been on the island for a couple of weeks. He's brand new, and I've barely been playing, so I haven't even gotten to talk to him that often. And I walk up to Fret, and he goes, "Hey, your outfit is really snazzy." This is a standard dialogue tree that you get often with villagers. It's nice. It's nice when they acknowledge that your outfit looks good. And what's even better is that sometimes they'll say, you know, it would look great with your outfit, this. And the villagers give you the most random, awful, disgusting shit. Literally, sometimes they'll give you a hat that looks like shit. They'll give you a hat, it's called the soft serve hat, and it looks like a soft serve swirl, but it also looks like a poo. Sometimes they give you like a clown, they'll literally give you like clown clothing and be like, wow, that suits you so well. There's literally a paper bag that you could put over your head that your villagers could give you. It's very cute and it's very funny and I like it very, very much. So Fret yesterday begins this dialogue with me. He says, I like your outfit. Do you know it would go so well with your outfit? And I'm so excited. I'm like, I wonder what I'm gonna get. Like, I wonder if it's gonna be insulting. I wonder if it's going to be ridiculous or weird. I wonder if it's going to be surprising. And Fret goes, you know, go great with your outfit. Gladiator sandals. And there's been snow on the ground in Animal Crossing for months. There's been snow on the ground outside for days. It is not the season for gladiator sandals, no matter where the fuck you are in the world right now. Unless it's Australia, baby. So Fret being like, you know, it would look really good with what you're wearing right now. Gladiator sandals. I immediately was like, oh my God. Is Fret chat? It's you, chat. You're in the game now. You foot fetishists have followed me onto my Animal Crossing island, and this sweet cranky old man is like, hey girl, get them dogs out for daddy. I can't escape it. It's so funny. Yes, I love that he was like, put these sandals on. You know, this outfit looks great. I'm wearing, in the game, not right now, obviously. You can see what I'm wearing right now. In the game, I'm wearing mom's hand knit sweater. I'm wearing a hand knit sweater. I'm wearing work pants with knee patches on them and like a toque. And he's like, gladiator sandals. You know what goes well with a knit sweater? Gladiator sandals. He's not wrong. I think it's so funny. It's so horny. I need to redecorate his house. Fret's house is shack-like. Very shack-like. Not shack as in, I must apologize, I wasn't familiar with your game, Shack. Wait, that was Shack? Who said that? Was that a different... Did I just do a racism? Oh my God, every black man is Shack. Oh, you're so racist, you racist bitch. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a racist idiot bitch. You know what, right is? Valentine's Day is a hard day for people. The crazies are coming out in full force. I apologize for that man's ridiculousness. Anyways, all this is to say, yeah, it seems like it. Well, I mean, also the reality is, most people today are either like doing something with their loved one or getting ready to do something with their loved one or whatever. I mean, it's holidays and then also it's a full moon. Was the full moon last night or is it tonight? I went for a walk last night, as you often do at night, to just sort of get some air. I wasn't going to the dispensary to buy more drugs. Shut up, you don't know me. Oh, did we not ban that person? Oh, right, so you can go ahead and just ban them. I can't believe he's talking again. Yeah, eek, creepy. You're kinder than I am, Ritus, my love. The moon yesterday was so insanely beautiful. The moon was just like so outrageously gorgeous. I can't believe it. So lovely. So it's a full moon and it's Valentine's Day and we feel as a society that we're sort of like on the precipice of World War III. Oh my God. It's so silly. So silly. I mean, I really doubt. I also personally very much doubt that a single American will take a step towards Canada. You know what I mean? I really do. I also got so scared when I opened my mailbox and it was jam-packed full of messages from they all send you Valentines. If you're best friends with them, then they'll send you a Valentine. And I wasn't expecting it because I forgot about how precious friendship is. And I was like, oh, so overwhelmed. I love it. Yep. Yeah, you get a Valentine from each of them. It's really sweet. It's really, really nice. I love it. 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 Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Faye Valentine's Day. Oh yeah, maybe I can do something different. Maybe I can do something different. I don't know exactly how or what, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. I'm a clever girl, like that velociraptor in Jurassic Park. I'm Faye Valentine today because it is Faye Valentine's Day. Today is the day for Faye Valentining. And I am Faye Valentine, so I'm here to Faye Valentine with you. It's perfect. It's perfect, because I actually hate Valentine's Day, which is why I liked Hard Eyes so much. Hard Eyes is, if you're not a big Valentine's Day person, but you like going to the movies, I cannot recommend Hard Eyes enough for like a just sort of fun slasher flick. Oh, and it makes me actually so happy. It makes me feel so excited for the prospect of one day getting to be in... And that's actually my dream, for sure. So next month... Oh yeah, here, you guys are doing a great job of filling this up. It's okay. I'm going to, I'm gonna take some acting classes, or an acting class, just the one. That's right, Val, it's exciting. And it's so exciting to think about the idea that, like, I could star in a really cheesy, stupid Valentine's Day horror movie. And that's literally the, oh my god, the pinnacle of joy for me. Ooh. Unacting classes would be interesting. Not unacting, unacting class. A-N, not a acting class, which is inappropriate grammar, and I'm not going to speak that way. An acting class. I'm also not going to say an acting class, because that's not how the words come out of my mouth. Oh, I know, I was trying to make a joke. You know what? You don't have to say that second part. I think we all knew that you were trying to make a joke, and it's okay, Dashing. I texted my crush your entire I became famous streamer speech today, and she hasn't replied yet. I feel like I want to ban you because I don't care about that. Alright, leaves again. I love that I'm like, you don't need to say these things, and then you keep saying things that you don't need to say. I guess like in an effort to sort of command the conversation in a joking way. But I need to remind you, Dashin, that we've known each other for years. And although I love the jokes that you make, I rarely enjoy jokes that are sort of made in disharmony with the conversation. Yeah. I think it's okay. I don't need you to make jokes right now. I would love for you to talk with me like a person. I think that's sometimes harder to do, but it's obviously more desirable than just, you know, having to repeat out people's half-baked jokes from chat, which is mostly just like what regular chat is like. Yeah. I always much prefer just talking with people instead of reading their half-baked jokes. Hey, I'm just trying. You know what? Yep. Oh, happy Jill Valentine's Day. Humor really is the refuge of all of us, isn't it? Ain't it just? Yep, I would also not reply to a random paragraph. I can recognize these are bad things. These are like the flailings of an unhappy situation. And I don't think we need to sit in that. I really, really don't. I think we can go in as many different directions as we want, and none of them... Yeah, you're right. I'll try to converse more instead in between work. Dashing. I also think that a solution is Ritus is here, and if you need to work right now, then you can just work. Because obviously, trying to split your attention between work and stream is not giving the best to either of us. Absolutely. And, like, I love that you're talking because it seems like nobody's talking. But I'm also like, it's okay if nobody's talking. I can fill the air. Even if there was, like, 6 people here watching, I could continue the conversation just as it was. Yeah. I just got back here. Am I missing something? No, it's just a personal pet peeve of mine when people make, like, half attempts at jokes. And then when I'm like, oh, I don't really like that comment. I can, like, see where you were going with it, but I didn't like it. And then they're like, I was just making a joke. It's like, Dashing didn't do what this guy did earlier today in stream. But unfortunately, it's like he used a lot of the same dialogue that guy did. Where that guy came in, I don't even remember what he said. Something, like, inappropriate and not good. And I was just like, he made a recommendation about something I should do. I didn't even really read past you should, because I'm like, And this idea of like, you should do this, or like, unfortunately, as it feels, sometimes comments feel like this should be a joke. And it's like, I get that what you said should be a joke, but it's not a joke. It's just a weird non sequitur. And there's nothing wrong with saying weird non sequiturs. It's just a pet peeve of mine that they show up in my chat so often that I'm like, oh, I was saying something that was actually sequiting. Pardon me. You know what? Well, you know what's more important? Your half thought. And it's not the moderators who do this, and it's not just chat who does this. This is also like a really painful experience in dating. This is a painful experience in working in various other jobs. Like, this isn't me talking about a personal tragedy, which is just human interaction. No. This is a consistent pitfall in communication that happens to all of us, and it's frustrating. But then also the way that we get over it is we just name it, and then we don't do it again. And then we don't do it again. Yeah. And yeah, it's just, let's not use, like, in the most base sense, let's not just deflect with humor. Mostly this idea of, in conversation, think about what you're going to say. And that whole anagram, the THINK anagram, I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's a really, really good one, which will often just be like, is there time for this, sorry, I was just trying to make a joke comment? In which case, we don't need it. No, thank you. Anytime I have a non sequitur, it's usually something that was like said that made it click in my brain. I'll preface it with being like, I know this is totally off topic, but I remember having those feelings as well. I absolutely, yep. And you're like, I just want to like jump because my brain's made a connection. And what's so valuable about those connections is that that's creative thought. You're literally engaging in creative thought, which is good and excellent. But creative thought is also exactly just that. It's a creative thought. It's not necessarily the conversational thought. So when you think, you have to imagine, is this true? Is this helpful? Is this inspiring? Is this necessary? And is this kind? And then so, like, I feel really bad. I'm not picking on anyone. But when whoever it was like, an unacting class, that would be really interesting. That wasn't what I said. I said an acting class. And so part of his joke was that he was mishearing what I was saying, which isn't true, which then made me feel like I needed to correct him because I was like, well, that's not true to what I actually said. And then I think that's just the first place where I just stop, where I'm just like, the comment is not helpful. The comment is not part of the conversation. I can't even imbue the comment as a joke because a joke needs to be based in reality. I want to do stand-up one day. That's like another thing on my bucket list that I'll get to maybe when I'm older. That's right, Belle. But I'd love to do stand-up, but I had to realize that I don't know how to make jokes. I'm funny. I can be funny sometimes. I've made funny comments, absolutely, but I don't actually really know how to like say jokes. And I think that I'm so critical of myself that I'm like, I don't really know how to say jokes. And I'm so critical of other people who are like trying to make jokes where I'm like, you don't know how to say jokes either. And the only reason I'm pointing that out is because I also don't know how to make jokes. I can tell stories in funny ways, but like actually making a joke is genuinely quite difficult. It's hard because your joke needs to be true. The joke needs to be helpful in some way. Like humor needs to have a perspective of growth and of connection. Joking doesn't necessarily always need to be inspiring, but it can be. Laughter can inspire other people in different ways. Necessary, it is necessary. We do need jokes to live. It is even animals like have songs and music and shared social interactions, which could be considered memes. And then is the joke kind? That's a really important one, especially for jokes, where it's like you can say mean things and people will laugh, but that doesn't make it a joke or funny or true or helpful or inspiring or even necessary. I love your outfit. Have you worn this before, right? I haven't. This is the first time wearing this exact outfit, like with my belly out. You guys, my belly's out. Look at this belly. I have no tattoos, except for the ones on the back of my legs that you guys see on my Instagram story all the time. My jokes are usually situational and require something to go off of. Yep, often I think that's exactly the right way it is. I have that same little cat plush. The Gigi one? From Kiki's delivery service? Cracking jokes isn't art. You need to listen to the conversation, be able to make the joke. I can't do it. I'm not good. And then what I feel bad about is that quite often my jokes hurt people's feelings, which was very difficult to acknowledge. That, like, my jokes aren't just, like, derailing the conversation in a slightly awkward way that is forgivable and understandable. No, my jokes were, like, pointedly mean towards people that I love and hurt their feelings. It was worse than what anyone could have said to me in chat, to be honest. And so maybe that's another reason why I'm like, I don't know how to make jokes. My jokes just, like, hurt people's feelings in a way that I don't intend. That's no good. The more I listen, the more I worry about how to converse with others. You can tell that I've generalized anxiety disorder and I am an overthinker with hyper-awareness. Because there's no reason to feel this, like, stressed about saying or doing the wrong thing. None of it is wrong. Literally none of it is wrong. Not even a little bit. I'm just full of anxiety and, like, full of uncontrollable feelings. And puppy, you're so silly. Your sweater is not a toy. Your sweater is not a toy, my love. As much as she wants her sweater to be a toy, her sweater is not a toy. Your sweater's not a toy. Your sweater's clothing. And clothing is not toys. I try to stay away from targeted jokes. At least they're targeted at some, like, one or group dislikes for, like, the right reasons. I was just thinking about how I know that Mel Brooks is so old. I know that Mel Brooks must be nearing the well-deserved end of his life. But we need Mel Brooks, and we need Mel Brooks' type of humor where we just start fucking destroying these Nazi idiots with humor and with jokes. I'm like, we need another Young Frankenstein. And Young Frankenstein needs to be an even larger allegory for the stupidity of fascists. We deserve that, and we need, I know he's so old, but we need more. We need to laugh at the Nazis again. We need to put them where they belong, which is in the absurdity of their position. It is absolutely fucking absurd to believe that you're gonna get people to become so intolerant. Ugh. They already did the producers. They've already done 2 producers, yeah. Matthew Broderick was in it with, Nathan Lane. I almost said Nathan Fillion. That would be a different movie. To be honest, we have some comedians like that, but of course those people control who become popular or not, yeah. Just play cabaret non-stop. That's actually an excellent idea as well. That's not bad either. Just let us be fabulous. Let us be individual. Let us do what we must with our bodies and not have to worry about confirmations. I'm tired, Chief. I'm tired. So tired. And at the same time, I'm like, should I take myself out for dinner tonight? Should I call my favorite restaurant and say, do you have a table just for one tonight? I wonder if they would. You know what? There's no harm in calling. Maybe I could even get them to put together, like, a chef's table. You know the chef's table where it's like you're close to the kitchen and it's mostly just so you can, like, be part of the experience of the food? Nonstop cabaret would be I would really love, I was daydreaming today about what it would be like to be friends with Kendrick Lamar and his whole family. And to be like, oh, come on in, everyone. I put on my favorite movies in the cinema room, and you guys can go grab all of the toys that you want to play with from around my house, because my house is full of toys. And I would just be like, I'm just going to sit here and talk with your mom and dad. And I'm just going to shoot the shit in my imagination with Kendrick Lamar and his beautiful wife. While their kids just, like, tear apart my house. I'm like, good for you, kids. If your house isn't childproof, you're not living in a home. Did you bring me the ball? What do you want? Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Pew. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Aw, yeah. Better bring a broom. You'll be sweeping people away from trying to join you. I'm wondering, I wonder if I go out by myself for Valentine's Day, if I'm going to get picked up by a couple who I'm going to have an amazing threesome with later, you know? Like, I feel like tonight's the night that I get to be somebody's unicorn. And I get to, like, pick out the most attractive couple in the restaurant and be like, you are the couple that I'll be banging tonight as my Valentine's gift to myself. To be honest, the daydream is better to be indulged with you than in real life. I'll be honest with you. It is more fun to imagine doing that with you guys here right now than to actually find myself in some person's like shared home with their houseplants and their fucking pets. And I'm like, okay, well now you guys are gonna use my body like a fully bendable, temperature controlled fuck doll. Okay. Happy Valentine's Day to me. Pew, pew. Val, what do you want? What do you want? Oh, you want this. Oh, okay. Go have that then. That's what she wanted. Okay, that's fair. I used to fantasize about that, but I could never. The reality is, that would be so fun. That would be so fun, so sexy, so crazy, so out of control. But would I have an orgasm? Would they actually make me come? Or is it just more fun to fantasize about? Like, the reality is that I'm gonna, like, be face-to-face with two brand new assholes and bed sheets of questionable cleanliness. And they're gonna know each other a lot more. They're gonna have, like, a bunch of, like, unspoken things going on. Do I really want to involve, like, myself in that? Or is it just fun to daydream? Because it is very fun to daydream. It is very fun to daydream about. Oh my god, my daydreams have been I did yoga this morning to, like, get ready for cosplay, because a big part of cosplay is embodying the character. And if you are sort of invariably embodying yourself, the character doesn't sit as nicely on you. So I did yoga to sort of put myself away and to let myself become my character of Faye Valentine. Hello. I'm still just myself anyways. But it's a Faye Valentine version of myself, so it's slightly different. And while I was doing yoga, they discuss the various parts of your body that you need to think about relaxing, tensing, breathing into, breathing out of, moving up, moving around, moving down, adding weight to, like, make this part of your body heavy, make this part of your body light, all these types of things. And what can feel kind of overwhelming is that if you, like me, were raised in an abusive household as a child, it can be very, very difficult to think about, let's start with relaxing the back of your neck, because the back of your neck is where the tense, intense terror of disappointing your parents lives, or whatever. Thank you, pup. Go get it. So what I did instead of, like, letting the individual parts of my body remind me of, because it is actually very important to recognize that is, like, I have to release my neck, and I have to recognize that, yes, that is where the terror and the tightness of disappointing my parents lives. It's in the back of my neck. It's there, and it's so constant, and it's so suffocating. And you recognize it, and then you allow yourself to imagine something, someone, somehow moving, engaging, or being a part of that. You just rewrite the story a little bit. You acknowledge that, yep, that's where fear from childhood abuse lives, in the back of my neck, making everything feel very tense and tight. But that's also where the hand of my lover rests, when he tilts my head up to kiss me on my lips. And so you then have both of them. And this is the balance that they're talking about in meditation, in yoga, in life. The balance is recognizing that terror and fear and trauma live in your body. And then in equal portion, love and light and release will also live in your body. One of them sort of happens automatically whether we want it to or not, and that's the dark. That's like the really terrible toxicity. That is going to happen and come at us and seep into our bodies no matter what we do. And so it's very important to then not just allow yourself to visualize the good and the light coming in, but also forcing yourself a little bit, just as the bad forces itself in, forcing yourself to acknowledge the good is coming in as well. And that the good is going to bring up a bunch of other complicated feelings. So this morning, I was imagining the poet. I was like, I love the way the poet touches my body. I love the way that he makes me aware of what my mouth is doing, what my legs are doing, what the inside of my body is doing. And so I imagined him being there with me while I was doing yoga. And when the yoga instructor in the video said, drop your shoulders, instead of what I used to think was, you can't even drop your shoulders right. Do you know why your shoulders are so tight? Because your parents used to abuse you, and then they would neglect you, and then they would abuse you when you pointed out that they were neglecting and abusing you, and then you would get abused and neglected for pointing out that you were being abused and neglected, and it never ends, and I feel my shoulders creeping up. And then I all of a sudden had the image of the poet standing behind me with his fingertips on my shoulders just going, are you actually putting your shoulders down? Or are you getting worried about the thought of what it means to put your shoulders down? And I laughed. I was like, ah! I was like, oh no, how did you know what I was thinking? I said to the imaginary version of him in my mind. Of course he can read my thoughts. He's my imagination. And that sort of shock that even in real life, if he was actually standing behind me, he would be able to feel my shoulders and be like, you're not relaxing your shoulders. He might not know it's because I'm thinking about childhood trauma, but he would be able to point it out just the same. And I would have the same, oh, how did you figure this out about me? How did you know this about me? And that shock is enough to let the light in just for a second and to go, okay, relax your shoulders a little bit. And it doesn't need to be all at once. There is no expectation that the darkness in your life needs to be matched with light in equal portion automatically right away from the beginning. It's not like that at all. It is just about letting in a tiny little sliver of light and then letting it go and then that's cool. And then you had a single moment of light and then that was nice. And now you're in the dark again, but that's not the end of the world because you saw the light for just it was real. It was there. You acknowledge it. It's real. It's excellent. And then what's so crazy is that my imagination started going in some really nuts directions. So I'm doing yoga. I'm sitting cross-legged on my yoga mat in my living room with my shoulders down, my hands on my knees, and I'm breathing and I'm doing gentle swaying as the beginning of the warm-up for yoga. And I'm imagining the poet is standing behind me with his fingertips on my shoulders, helping me keep them lowered, helping me feel present and connected to my body in this moment instead of my body that has been connected for decades before. And then I had the image of being like, oh my God, if he was standing right behind me with his fingertips on my shoulders and I'm sitting down on the ground facing away from him, his dick would be pushing into the back of my head. Oh my God, that's so hot. Oh my God, imagine his boner just pushing into the back of my head. And then all of a sudden, there I am, 16 chapters into a hentai about me being the most erotic courtesan on the planet who could just rub the back of her head in your crotch, look up at you, wink, and then make you blast cum all over the back of my hair. And it's art. And then people come from all over the world to watch this erotic display of cranial arousal. It's so stupid. It's literally the stupidest, most ridiculous nonsense garbage I've ever heard in my entire life. And I'm sitting there doing yoga, just gassing myself up, just dying laughing, just doing yoga, imagining like audiences of tens of thousands of people gathering in hushed tones to watch me walk on stage in a beautiful backless dress and flip my hair over my shoulder and then to like wiggle down onto this man's body on stage and just like bap, bap, bap the back of my head into his crotch. There's no wrong way of doing this stupid, fucking, ridiculous, nonsense idea. It's just so fucking funny. And it's so stupid and it's so ridiculous. And it's healing. And it's genuinely healing. Because you heard me a moment ago talking about how it feels to relax my shoulders and how it makes me aware of CPTSD lives in chronically tight shoulders, and that I've gone to a massage therapist for well over a year to help deal with my chronically tight shoulders. And I don't want to feel like somebody who's broken because of the bad things that have happened to them. And so I would much rather feel like a completely abnormal person who is able to exist in absurdity and ridiculousness and healing. And to be able to share that with you guys is so fun as well. So doing yoga is a fun and sexy experience, even and especially when it shouldn't be. Oh, thank you so much, Hohhot. This is very good. This is a very good. Let's talk now about Kendrick Lamar's halftime show. I would love just to discuss the songs that he picked to perform. Obviously, we're not going to talk about them in order because I feel like They Not Like Us is the anthem of our time. What an incredible song. What a beautiful love letter to temperance and justice. Yes, Stream Elements will not allow you to scream at me in this way, but we enjoy the enthusiasm. Oh, thank you for sharing with us. Oh my god, my ridiculous sexy yoga dreams. Anytime, baby, anytime. Oh my god. So, Kendrick put out a whole album last year, right? I listened to a few of the songs. I didn't listen to all of them. So, Turn the TV Off, Squabble Up, and Luther were the 3 new songs that I listened to for the first time during the halftime show and then afterwards. Luther is the most beautiful love song ever written. I honestly said a couple times that it was one of, in my like own personal thoughts, I said a couple times in my own personal thoughts, Luther is one of the most beautiful love songs ever written. But even just thinking about the beat and the lyrics, I'm like, it's the most beautiful love song ever written. I can't believe it. It's actually breathtaking. SZA really is that woman. She is that woman. It makes tears spring to my eyes. I've woken up singing Luther every day since I listened to it. And I feel like I understand what it means to be in love because of that song, not because of any of my own lived experiences. It's the most beautiful love song ever written. I can't believe it. I love it. Wow. Oh my god. Don't cry, girl. Don't cry on stream. Reincarnated and Man at the Garden are the best songs on the album. Oh my god, I can't even, you guys, I feel like I'm still stuck on Turn the TV Off, Squabble Up, and I haven't even looked at the lyrics of Squabble Up because I've just, the actual song itself is so overwhelmingly good. I'm like, I'm not ready to actually listen to these words. I just want to enjoy the musical experience, please. Oh my god, I loved it. What an incredible and beautiful and authentic. We were talking about, like, I feel kind of bad. Then I tried to backtrack and fix it by talking about Civil War and talking about, like, the different types of American people. Because when you talk about Americans, there are some Americans who are like the people we were talking about before, and then there are real Americans like Kendrick Lamar and SZA and Serena Williams, and these Americans, for whatever reason, are treated as like second-class Americans because they're black, but they're the most authentic Americans because they're black. Like, they just, there's no, they're American. You don't even need to talk about the color of their skin. Their experience and their contributions to art and culture and history is the shining jewel of Americans, of the American life, of the American dream for real. And it feels so weird that Americans themselves would other such an authentic display of their culture. It's very strange. You should be a proud American after watching that show. That is your culture. And that culture is important and significant and political and powerful and part of the rightness of society. It feels so terrible to see those like same words and colors and motifs and ideas used in such un-American ways. Yeah. This guy's coming in with the Ronald McDonald jokes. I think that would have been funny if I hadn't made the joke myself like 2 hours ago. Anyways, okay, one more very quick break and then I'll be back. in mostly one piece. Was I just branded as an unauthentic American? No, because you enjoyed the halftime show. I would say inauthentic or unauthentic Americans would use the red, white, and blue imagery to divide people instead of uniting them, like the halftime show did. No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the not yous. If I gifted 5 subs right now, would you listen to Reincarnated right now? No worries if not. No, it's okay. People don't gift on cosplay days. People don't gift in this channel. People don't gift subs in this channel. Look at it. We got like 20 gifted subs on the leaderboard. That's not this kind of channel. That's not this channel. We don't do that here. But then this is always, if you look at like, I guess all of the income charts for January and February and March, and like not necessarily all of April and May and all the other ones too, but there is people definitely spent all their money on Christmas. Did they ever? Did they ever? And who am I to judge? I also spent all of your money on Christmas. I was there just along with you in line. Also, what's good about that song? What's so great about that song? Does the red piece of clothing have this is just a sweater. This is just a stretchy red sweater. Yeah. Because it's just like an amazing song where he talks about life, basically. I mean, I think I can listen to that song whenever then. Oh, sorry. So you... Aw, you guys are cute. Listen to this, like, deep introspective song in front of this audience of a couple hundred people. No offense, my dude, but are you thinking? Are you using your brain? Or are you just... Did you actually think that I'm, like, sitting on your desk in front of you and you and I are just having this conversation? And there's nobody else watching and there's nothing else going on right now. It's just me and you, and you're like, hey girl, listen to this song. And I'm like, oh yeah, hey boy, you're in my DMs, and you and I are having a private conversation. And we're definitely not live streaming on Twitch right now, which has incredibly strict DMCA requirements. And also listening to an emotionally... Yeah, just show me your private emotions publicly on this streaming platform. Right next to the girls twerking in thong bikinis and the guys showing their underwear and maid outfits. Go ahead, V. Let us all see. It's perfect. This is the time. This is the place. Lay it on me, babe. Come on. This is the thing. Somebody asked me earlier, they're like, isn't chat serving you? Isn't chat putting effort into you by paying attention to you? I think if you read chat, you'll notice that there's very little effort. I think if you read chat as much as I do, you get to recognize the chatters that put effort into their comments because they stand head and shoulders like a tree among shrubs amongst the thoughtless comments, which are very easy to spy. Thoughtless comments, you spy a mile away. Like the people who are like, can I pay you money so that you'll do what I want? And the reality is you pay Twitch streamers money because you want to pay them money. Not because this is some sort of grocery store toy machine that you can put money into and then get activities or satisfaction out of. I know that there are some streamers who are like, if you gift me subs, I'll do squats. If you give me subs, I'll wiggle my tits or ass in the camera. I'm just gonna wiggle my tits and my ass in the camera for free. You can just pay me if you want to. And if you don't want to pay me, that's kind of beyond me. So I'm not really gonna worry about it. I'm gonna worry about the things that are not beyond me, which is my favorite thing to worry about. You know I'm so good at it. This guy said it's funny and not serious. Pardon me. That wasn't you. I must be misunderstanding. That wasn't you trying to control my own experience, was it? You must have misspoke. Oh, and the Super Bowl. Oh, yeah, we were talking about the Super Bowl. I wasn't trying to start any hubbub over this. It's just one of the best songs I've ever heard in my life. I wish that that's what we had started with, because that's a much more accessible way to communicate with somebody than trying to get them to do something. And it's also the same result where it's like, I'll still listen to the song, but now I'll listen to the song because of your thoughts and your feelings, which is what I'm actually trying to get to. It feels a little bit frustrating when, as a girl, as a woman, I'm continuously trying to get to your thoughts and feelings, and you guys are deflecting using humor, or you're trying to tell me what to do. And then at the same time, I hear so often from people, men are never allowed to express their feelings. Men are never asked about their feelings. It's so maddening for me because it erases all the time and energy and effort that I feel like I have been putting into trying to understand your feelings. Like, almost universally. Oh, yeah. Please don't tell me to listen to this song. Please tell me what you feel when you listen to this song. That's what I want to hear. I asked a girl out on Valentine's Day date. She said yes and went on the date. And then on the way home, she felt my cage and she laughed at me, and then she left me all alone. No offense, my dude, but did you sexually harass that woman? Were you engaging in sexually explicit acts during the hangout with her that she was not aware of or consenting to? And now are you trying to garner sympathy for sexually harassing somebody? I don't know about that. I don't know how I'd feel about that if I was that girl on that date. And I was like, oh, you're wearing a cock cage on our date, and you didn't mention it to me, and you... No, thank you. Goodbye forever. No, I hate that. We should ban that person. I'm talking about the song? Okay. Oh, I'm feeling very thank you. Perfect. Oh, I'm a class 1 feelings yapper. My therapist of 5+ years would happily attest. I mean, I feel like you're not really listening to what I'm saying, which isn't that I want you to sort of explode with every feeling and non-stop torrents of it. I was, and I still am, asking for specific feelings. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I do talk about my feelings with people that I know and trust. With random people, I prefer to stay on the most, like, distant connection. Interesting. It's also Friday, right? So we've been doing this all day. Wait, okay, sorry. I meant more. With random people, I prefer to stay on a more distant connection. I think I understand what you're saying. I think that's number one, natural. I mean, the very nature of these people not being close to you is then reinforced by the way that you interact with them. Yeah. When I listen to a particular song, I feel a myriad of emotions. Okay. Yep, so like a regular person. I feel dread over what happens when we die. That's what existential dread is. Okay, I feel... Okay. These are great feelings. She said she wanted specific feelings, so I tried to explain everything. Yeah, this is like... interesting, I guess, in a way. I mean... as much as I enjoy this interaction and that you gave me so much... you're giving what feels like a sort of performative gargantuan answer, when again, that's not really exactly what I'm talking about with feelings. It's not really. It's great, you're using impressive language, you wrote so much, you're talking about like the myriad of emotions, which is very cliche and therefore easy to connect with. But again, that's not really like your personal emotions. So we were talking about, let's say, with Kendrick Lamar. My feelings with Kendrick Lamar, in specifically with, let's even say, the song Luther by SZA, is that it makes it a beautiful love song because it's not just about physically connecting, about being present, going in and out with somebody. It's also about connecting who they are as a person, and then beyond that, making that person's dreams come true. This feels like a love song to me because you're not only recognized for the exquisite moment that you're in, but it's also recognizing the moments that have come before it and the dream of making future moments beautiful. I would take your dreams and make them multiply is the most beautiful feeling that you can have, and that is what love is. It makes me so excited. And then within that, of course, there's the dread of what happens if my lover dies? What happens if I die and I leave my lover? What happens if I love my lover so much we have a family and then one of our children die? I get what you're talking about the myriad of emotions and the existential dread of dying and how music brings that up. And I recognize that as the sort of universal experience of every emotion, but that's also not what we're talking about. I don't need you to write me a sonnet. I'm actually talking about what is your personal experience. So my personal experience of Luther by Kendrick Lamar and SZA is that it's about your body, your person, and your dreams. And those three things together are the euphoria of that song to me. And now it's your turn to talk about how the song makes you feel. Not in expensive language, not in overly complicated colloquial reusage of words. None of that. But in what does it mean to you? What does love mean to me? Because now you guys actually understand what love means to me. That idea of making your dreams multiply, making your dreams come true, being present with you and being in and with your body. Oh, that's love, baby. That's that yin and yang balance. Oh, I love it. I'm here with you now and I can't wait to be with you in the future. Is also such a welcoming embrace of, and look at how far you've come to get here. That's love, that's love, that's love, that's love. That's love. Hohhot says the worst feeling is sadness. Don't at me. You're under 18. I think you're under 18, right? I'm starting to realize that I'm talking to a child. It's hard. There's a lot of adults who are very childlike. There are a lot of immature adults, but I think this person's actually under 18. Spending Valentine's night with a paleontologist, learning about the age of coal. We're carbon dating. I actually love that. I do actually love that. I do. To me, if someone is laughing in the moment, that trumps the intended feelings of a song to me because I choose happiness. Sorry for the redundancy. You weren't being redundant. I feel like you forgot to say something. So we're going to take out the fluff and try to get to the core of what you stated just there. Someone is laughing in the moment. That supersedes, that negates whatever the feeling of the song is for you. So what you're telling me is that you can't feel music. Your emotions are dependent on environmental circumstances. Are you also a child? I think this is a red flag that all of us must recognize. If somebody's moods are environmentally impacted, like if somebody is always sad when it rains instead of just being like tired or low energy, like if they're actually like angry or sad about the weather, that's a red fucking flag. Oh my god. I'm very wary of people who can't seem to control their own feelings, or at least befriend their own feelings. And then I'm like, if you're a child, that's okay. Children don't know how to do this. I have no expectation of children being able to do this. I do have a very high expectation of adults being able to do this, especially adults around my own age. Love is stable, accepting, communicating. It's also exotic. And finding all four doesn't happen all at once. Oh my, yeah. Oh yeah, I feel like you're lucky if you find one of those things and then you get to build all the others. Miss V, what did you decide to get rid of your piercings? I never had nipple piercings. Those were silicone nipple pasties. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to ignore or use cliched language. I was asked how it made me feel. I can't go into specifics of the trauma I've endured that this song gives me the catharsis of when I think about those things. This conversation is not about trauma in any way, shape, or form, nor is it ever necessary, even in therapy, to go into the specifics of trauma, to be perfectly frank. You're missing the point entirely, and you've missed the point with everything that I've said, and then come back with more misunderstanding. So I'm not really sure how to communicate with you. I'll try again. You don't seem to understand what I'm looking for in this conversation. Night of Zeal, you're not making sense either. I'm gonna have to start ignoring you guys for the sake of conversation. Rain makes me happy. Chester drawers, yes. Me too. It actually, yes. I love the rain. I love the snow. I love gray skies. I love the cold even. Like you can just love all of these things. I'm very suspicious of people who are just looking for excuses to hate and be miserable. I feel like there's lots of good reasons to be miserable and hate. We don't need excuses for it. Songs can stir up memories, and they do. I was thinking this morning and kind of using ChatGPT as a therapist because I was like, why when I get really upset? Why when something bad happens, like the orange president being reelected or being dumped by my lover? Why do I almost immediately, instinctually, and invariably reject new music? I'm just like, I can't listen to new songs. I can't watch new TV shows. I don't want to watch new movies. I don't want anything new. And ChatGPT, very much like a therapist, but not a therapist, was like, this is very normal. When you're in a state of survival because of emotional upset or psychological stress, your body does not have the luxury of opening itself up to new experiences. It must focus on familiar experiences to help fortify itself. And I'm like, oh my fucking God, yes. Is that an Eevee behind you? I have so many Eevees everywhere in my house. There's an Eevee right here. There's an Eevee over there. There's an Eevee in my bedroom. There's an Eevee behind us over here too. There's another one. This one's my dog's Eevee. Hello, here's my kitty. My kitty's not an Eevee. Yeah. True love, says Connor, is becoming friends so greatly with each other that the idea of being apart is not even something you want to think about. Nope, you were so close, but then you failed in the first sentence. Love is being happy and comfortable while being apart. Because love is always having that person with you, even if they're not physically there. That's why love can transcend death. That's why we can still love people who are dead, because we don't need them to be there in the room with us, and it doesn't feel like agony to be without them. If it feels like agony to be without them and you can't live without them being in the room with you, that's called infatuation, and that's not going to help you out. Oh, and then he says, I wrote out a very thoughtful reply to your question of what love is, and there was no way to make it shorter. I had already cut it out by like 7/8. What's crazy is that you failed in the first sentence to actually define what love truly is, and then you wasted so much extra energy and effort. I was walking around with my dog today, says Ritus, and the gray sky, the dried out grass, and the light snow. It literally just filled me with such inspiration. Being able to find beauty in that is literally the gift of life that so many people are afraid to embrace. Hating something isn't a good icebreaker. No, it is not, John. No, it is not. My sister sang The Way You Are Really Good, and hearing it now is more impactful since her passing 3 years ago. Yes. Also, it's time to say goodbye. We're all done. I'm going to go take a million pictures of myself in this beautiful outfit for you. So nostalgia is deeply rooted in fear of losing relevancy? What are you talking about? No one mentioned any of those things. Well, I'm infatuated with you, V. That does make sense. Does V have an accent? Yes, I have a Canadian accent. And I also sort of speak in a mid-Atlantic accent when I'm on stream or performing. For the sake of the fact that I speak so quickly, I try to speak especially clearly. What is love? Baby, don't... Yes! What is love? No, baby, don't hurt me. Don't dance with me, kitty. This is love. Her not scratching my face off, her not destroying my entire life. This is love. That's love. Everyone thinks she's such a mean little curmudgeon, and she's literally the sweetest little baby. She's truly the sweetest little angel. Yes, and she looks unfriendly as all get out, but she's not. She's an angel. What is love, love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Thank you for dancing with me. Oh my god. I mean, I know that you think that she's glaring, but it's just because she's all black. She's not actually glaring at me. She loves me. If she didn't want to be here, there, see, she does not want to be here, and away she goes. She lets me know I'm listening to her. Okay, I'm getting out of here, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Happy Valentine's Day. We'll see you guys on Monday. Yeah. Who knows what this weekend has in store for me? I have no plans. I don't even think I made any dates this weekend because the weather in Toronto is so fucking crazy. The weather is so outrageous. I didn't even, yeah. Andy Milanakis is my Valentine. You can tell him I said that. Thank you for an amazing day. We listened to some awesome tunes, and we had some good conversations, and I appreciate you. Sounds like Prince of Egypt to me. Deliver us, hear our call, deliver us. Lord of all, remember us here in this burning sand. Deliver us. I've been working on my Hebrew. You ready? Here, I'll do this for you. I love you so much, Ghost Baby. Happy Valentine's Day. Okay, wait. I can't actually play the song because I'm gonna get super fucking banned. So here, let's turn the volume down so I don't get banned. There we go. There's no volume. I'm not gonna get in trouble. Are you ready? Okay. Yaldi hata vera. No. Ve ha ra. Yaldi hato ver ha. My good and tender boy. Al tirave al tifhad. Don't be afraid and don't be scared. How's my Hebrew? Did I nail it? Is that not? I've been practicing. My son, I have nothing I can give but this chance that you may live.